Welcome to the Steamyverse. You're invited to explore the most exciting and engaging career guidance expo in South Africa, Sasol TechnoX. Discover and unlock your potential to change the world. Immerse yourself in a world of innovation and discovery as we showcase the latest advancements in STEAMY. Experience a blast of excitement with interactive activities that will challenge your skills and spark your curiosity. Watch in awe as the wonders of science and technology are brought to life. Are you ready to shape your future? It's an incredible adventure, and it starts right now.
Everybody, hi guys, how are we doing this morning? Are we good? Are we having a good morning? Well, that makes me so happy. Now, Anthony T. Hanks once said that Thursday is a future that I've been waiting to experience, close quotes. And I think that's such a special quote to start our day off with because it's Thursday, it's the second last day of Sasol TechnoX, and the future is right here in this room. Do you guys know who the future is? Who's the future? Thank you. At least you guys know yourselves. I'm so happy. Once again, good morning to everybody that is in this room, everybody that is online at their desks and in the classrooms on the TechnoX website. I'm so excited to have you here. And good morning to all the exhibitors as well as the educators and, of course, excited minds alike. Libitso la ka ke Lerai. I am a creative entrepreneur, a social change maker, and a conversation strategist. On a more casual note, I'm also a full-time student at the University of Pretoria. I'm studying a Bachelor of Political Sciences in International Relations. I'm also an actor, a producer, and I'm the face of Nickelodeon Africa. Oh, thank you. Now, one of my favorite parts of this entire week of my time at Sasol TechnoX, of course, after all of the exhibitions, has been participating in a skills exchange. You guys are the future. This event is for you guys, so why not have you be a part of it, right? So please help me welcome to the stage our youth MCs, Rethabile Hlongwane and Tyler Moodley. Good morning, guys. Are you feeling well this morning? That's good to hear. Now,
thank you so much for the intro, Leroy. I'm Rethabile Hlongwane from City Secondary School doing my grade 9, and I am looking forward on choosing pure mathematics and sciences as my subjects next year.
Cheers, Owen.
Thank you, Ekabile. I'm Tyler Moodley from Sasolburg High School. I'm a grade 11 student and looking to study computer engineering.
Wow. Well, it's really nice to meet you guys. I'm sure our audience agrees that you guys seem to be really cool and you have bright futures ahead of you indeed. Well, now that we've got all of that out of the way, this morning's session, the first session, is called Steamy Talks. Now, this is where we get to hear from some really big players in the industry of science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics, and innovation.
The entire TechnoX village is buzzing. So when you can please take the time to visit our skills village and exhibitors who have brought their A game today.
The Sasol village is a hub of all things Sasol, where you can know about them, what they do, find opportunities to work with them, or even get a bursary.
Ooh. Now, the coolest part, okay, one of the coolest part, because Sasol TechnoX is full of really cool things. We have Stage X outside, and this is a place to be at during all of our breaks. We have music, dance, and prizes all in one place. And listen, you do not want to miss out on any of that fun.
You can get involved here or online by checking into the various spaces, commenting, and asking questions to help gain points for yourself.
There are also great Prizes up for grabs daily for the leader and a brand new iPhone for the leader at the end of the week.
Yep. Okay. Now let me explain that, right? Every time you guys go to an exhibition, make sure that you scan the QR code to check in. And you engage, you comment, you ask questions. Now, why is it important for you guys to do that? Because you earn points. And at the end of the day, we have our leaderboard with our top 3. And these top 3 are going to get really cool gadgets. We've got a ring light, a selfie stick, as well as really cool headphones. And like Tyler said, there's going to be an iPhone to be won for the grand winner tomorrow. So this is the person that has the most points overall at the end of the week. Don't you think that's cool? It's not cool. Winning an iPhone isn't cool. Okay, then what is cool? Learning is cool, right? Okay, I like that. Well, then let's get into our first session for the day because we are about to learn. And like you guys said, it is really cool. Now, our first speaker worked for the South African Civil Aviation Authority in 2011 as a certification engineer and unmanned aircraft system specialist. He's currently a founder and managing director at Ntsu Aviation Solutions and Ntsu Drone Academy. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please help me welcome to the stage Sam Twala.
Good morning, everyone. Jeez, you know, the guys who were here a few moments ago, so much energy, I don't think I'll be able to keep up. And certainly they make me feel old. You know? I also have a 3-year-old, and she runs around, has so much energy, and I feel like my job is just to chase her around. So, nonetheless, as introduced, my name is Sam Twala from Ntsu Aviation Solutions. What I'm going to talk to you about, very interesting, very cool technology, relatively new, depending on where you come from. And maybe before I start, let me say, at the end of my talk, there are 2 goodie bags that I want to give away. My colleagues here, they were talking about some cool stuff that they're going to give tomorrow or at the end of the session. I'm going to give you goodie bags today, as soon as I'm done with this presentation. 2 things that I need from you. I need someone who's going to ask me 1 question about my presentation or anything about drones, and I don't know what's the answer. If you ask a question, I don't know what's the answer, you get a goodie bag. 2, I'm going to ask a question. Anyone who gets it right, you get a goodie bag. Are you guys excited? Yes. So you must listen. There's an exam at the end of this presentation, right? Let me get to it. As introduced, I'm not going to go into details who I am because this is not about me. This is about you. It suffices to say I'm in drone technology. Do you guys know what is a drone, right? Thank you. Fantastic. I'm in drone technology. And what I'm going to talk to you about is Ntsu Aviation Solutions, what we do. We are a consulting company. We assist people who want to get into drone industry, but they don't know where to start, who to talk to, if you need to get a license, where do you get a license? So that's what we assist with. And then secondly, we also looking at digitizing drone operations, right? We are talking to people who understand what I mean when I say digitize, right? And digitizing, we're talking about technology itself, we're talking about operations and everything in between, right? And then the other thing that we do, we also sell drones. If you have money, some pocket change, you can talk to me, I can sell you a drone before I'm done today, right? Do you know how much a drone costs? More than pocket money. Oh, okay. All right, no, that's fine. That's another thing that we do. And then, most importantly, we also do training, pilot training. And with pilot training, this is drone pilot training. You know, for you to fly a drone and make money using your drone, you need to get a license, right? You need to know how to fly your drone, right? Do we all agree? And then we teach people how to fly a drone and then run their own businesses and. All right, so what is a drone, right? And how does it look like? These are some of the pictures, some of the examples of how a drone looks like. From something small, something that probably you may have seen someone flying maybe at a wedding or a neighbor or whoever who has something as small as what you see on the top right. And then you see there's a gentleman here standing next to a white looking like helicopter. Looks like he's putting some stuff or removing stuff from a drone. So this is a drone that is used to deliver stuff, you know, like parcels. You know, when you make your order at, let's say, Take a Lot, and now they're not going to bring your order with a scooter or a car. They're going to bring your parcels using a drone. This is a kind of a drone that they're going to use. And then there are even the bigger ones. If you look at the bottom ones, these are drones that are used in the military. The Americans, they're using the bottom left and then the top right. Those are the big drones that they use. And then you have the most interesting one. If you look at the bottom three, this is a drone in the middle. This is a drone that carry passengers, right? You know, the same thing as like Uber. You're going to have an app on your phone. You order your ride on your phone, and something that looks like this will then land in your front yard or wherever you are. You get inside. And you know what's cool about that? There's an aeroplane. There's a pilot flying this drone, but not sitting with you inside the aircraft. The pilot is sitting somewhere in an air-conditioned room somewhere, and then you get inside the aircraft, and then the pilot flies you wherever you want to go. How cool is that? And you're not comfortable with that. you don't like that. You don't like that. No. Come on, guys. I thought I'm talking to people who are in tech here, who are intending to be in tech. Now, I see some reservations here, but it's all right. We'll talk about that at some point. Nonetheless, some of drone applications, examples, if you are looking at getting into drone technology, where are some of the applications? As I'm talking to you right now, in South Africa specifically, we have drones which are used in mining, right? You know, for surveying, for mapping, when they do blasting, you don't have to have a person standing there to look at the blast. You can use a drone because it's safer, it's cheaper, it's quicker. We have drones which are used in the railway to do inspections, to check if the inspection, the railway is still in a good conditions, to do maintenance, things such as crop spraying. Do you know what is crop spraying? Have you seen a drone that does crop spraying? No, all right? So, okay, I'm going to talk about this in a second. I'll give you an example. Like in a stadium, you know, usually when you're watching soccer, rugby, cricket, whatever your favorite sport is, there are usually cameras, right? So where we are going now, typically you have a camera like, you know, my friend here. He has a very nice looking camera. This is what you are used to. Unfortunately, or fortunately, with time, you know, we're not going to use cameras which are on the tripod like this. We're going to use drones, right? So this gentleman who's operating this camera will not be sitting here. He's going to be sitting somewhere, and then there'll be a drone flying, taking the video. So that's how they do things if you go to soccer matches or any sporting code. At the bottom right, this is what I was talking about here. If you order your parcel on Take a Lot, we're now going to deliver those parcels using a drone. So there are a lot of applications, a lot of industries, farming, engineering. As a matter of fact, simply put, if you ask me which industries drones are used, it will be difficult for me to say which industries because it's almost all of them. There's no industry where drones don't have applications in, right? So here I'm giving you a clue of the kind of a question to ask later. If you can think of any industry where you cannot, it's not possible to use a drone, tell me which one is it. If you can tell me you already want something for yourself today. All right, so these are some of the examples in agriculture, how drones are used in agriculture. For you to get a good yield, right, at the end of, or before you, or simply put, what I would say is what farmers do these days is because, when you have a very big farm and there might be disease, locust, that is eating your crops. Today, because you have a very big crop, it's quite difficult to know where and then what is it that you have to do to protect your crop. So what you do, you fly a drone, and then there are some mathematics and some data analytics that you need to run in the background, and then it will tell you that this patch of your crop, there's some diseases or there are some insects or whatever that is eating your crops. So it's much easier. It makes things easier that you as a farmer, then you know exactly what to do and where to do what you need to do. In engineering, right, infrastructure inspection, think of a very tall building where you need to do inspection. Today, how you do it, or before drones, you have to put a scaffold, build a scaffolds for you to be able to reach the certain heights that before were not so possible. But now with drones, you don't have to do that anymore. You can fly a drone and you can check if maybe there's an inspection or there's a damage, there's something that you need to do to fix what you need to fix. I spoke about mining and surveying, filming and photography. The simplest one is, I don't know if you've seen this, maybe in your neighborhood or anywhere, if you attended a wedding, at some point there will be someone, instead of holding a camera, they're now using a drone to take pictures, and it takes very beautiful pictures, right? Search and rescue, if someone is lost, whether it's in a mountain or in a forest or wherever they are lost, it's easier to search for that person using a drone. And why I'm saying it's easier, some of the things or the technology that drone has is what we call a thermal camera, right? So a thermal camera, what it means is it's able to pick up body heat, right? Whether it's at night or during the day, it doesn't matter. So when you are searching for someone who's lost and you're using a drone, it's very easy, it's very quick, right? It can pick up that person very easily, right? So those are some of the applications, when we're talking about drones. And then something interesting, if you're really, really interested in becoming a drone pilot, where do you start? How do you become a drone pilot? It's very easy, not something very complicated. However, what I will show you here is I just copy and paste from civil aviation regulations, right? As I did mention that if you want to fly a drone, you need to get a license, and the license, you get it from Civil Aviation Authority. The same way as you get a driver's license for your car. For you to drive a car, you need a driver's license. The same with a drone. If you want to fly a drone, you need a license. And that drone, that license, we call it remote pilot license, right? That's what we call it. So depending on the type of drone that you have, you see the top one here, it's a drone, but it looks like an aeroplane. You can see that, right? Right. And then the bottom one or the middle one, you see it's a drone as well, but it looks like a helicopter. You see that? And then there's a bottom one, that's what we're more used to, that's what we've seen a lot. This is what we call a multi-rotor. What it means is a drone, but it has more than one rotors to be able to fly. So when you get a license, you can say, my drone is an aeroplane, or looking like an aeroplane, or my drone looks like a multi-rotor. Then you get a license that is depending on the type of drone that you have, right? Okay, and then how do you get a drone license? We are still young in here, right? But we are still growing up, right? So for you to get a drone license, you must be at least 18 years and older. The reason for that is because, in South Africa, when you are 18, you are considered an adult, right? So, and hopefully as an adult, you are responsible, right, when you're 18. Even though we know there are some people who are 35 and they are still kids, right? We know that, right? So, so you must at least be 18 years of age. And really, that's the minimum requirement. And preferably, if you've done maths and science, it makes things a little bit easier, right? But if you didn't do maths and science, it doesn't mean that you are excluded or you cannot do drone trading. It's just it's recommended. So please choose wisely when you get to the point where you can still choose. And then beyond that, there are simple things that we need, like a copy of your ID, copy or your ID photo, your matric certificate, and then the other thing that we need, let me see, what would I, oh yes, the medical. So in South Africa, for you to get a drone license, you must pass medical assessments, right? Yes. All right, some job opportunities. So there are really two main opportunities in drones, right? It's either you start your own business, which is in drones, or you get a drone license and then you work for the company that has drones or that is using drones. Now, if you decide that you want to work for a company that uses drones, there are so many job opportunities, there are so many careers within drones outside of flying a drone. As an example, every drone operator has a quality manager. You could decide to say, you know what, I'm good with quality. I pay attention to details. So you can choose to be a quality manager in a drone company. Or you could choose to say, I'm good when it comes to safety, and then I want to be a safety manager. So there are so many careers that you can follow in this industry. It doesn't have to be drones only. And then I'll give you another example. If you look at the title that it says regulated, what does regulated mean is any of opportunities, job opportunities in here, you are going to get a license from the regulator, which is the Civil Aviation Authority. All right. So some of the careers outside of what I just talked about, you could decide to say, you know what, I'm very smart. There's a certain type of drone that I want, but it doesn't exist as yet. You could decide to design your own drone, right? Wouldn't that be cool? You design your own drone. That's another opportunity. Another opportunity, there are people who know that they understand software, right? If you know and you understand software, you are a software developer. What you can do, as an example, you can develop softwares for people who are in drones, right? You can come up with some idea, for example, application, your cell phone app, right? You can, if you know how to design a cell phone app, you can do that, and that will be used in drone technology as well. Some of the things that you get involved in would be training, for example, consulting, which is what we do. The most important one, data analytics. Now, what I mean with data analytics, remember earlier I was talking about if a farmer, they fly a drone over their farm, they want to detect where are the diseases or maybe where are the insects. A drone is not going to tell you where are the insects or where are the diseases. You fly a drone, you get a picture, you get a video. Now, someone has to analyze that video. Someone has to sit down and say, when the color is red, this is what it means. When the color is blue, this is what it means. I'm just giving an example. So these are the people who are involved in data analytics. Drone will collect the data. Someone has to make sense out of that data. Someone has to explain that data, right? That is someone who is in data analytics. In conclusion, what I would say, and this is my favorite slide when it comes to, when I have this kind of conversations, very, very important. When you're looking at getting into drone industry, don't fall into the pit of thinking for you to be in drone industry, you must be a pilot. No, right? First thing first, you must say, you as a person, what is it that you like? What is it that you like to do? If you say, I want to be in mining. I want to be a surveyor. Then you should say, I want to be a surveyor. However, I'm going to be a smart surveyor that uses drone. Otherwise, you could say, I want to be a farmer. That's what I want to do. However, I'm going to be a smart farmer that is using drones, right? So that's a nice way and that's a beautiful way of looking at it. And what I always caution people not to do is, don't buy a drone and start to think that what is it that I can use a drone, right? Think, what is it that you want to do? Where do you think your skill sets are? And then with your skill sets, use drones to enhance and to become better than whether it's your competitor or whether it's job opportunities. Even with drone operators, by the way, when they are looking for pilots, they want to hire people, they want to ask you, what is it that you know? What is it that you can do, right? All right, so I think I already touched this, but then the last thing that I would say is, if you're getting into drones at some point, much, much later, and you want to start your own business, please remember all the processes, all things beautiful involved in how to start a business, they are also applicable here, all right? All right, so unfortunately I was hoping to play some YouTube videos which will show some cool drones in operation. However, if you have, hopefully someone's going to share the slides. These are the links that I would recommend that please click on these slides. These are YouTube, and then you'll be able to see some cool drone videos. All right, with that being said, thank you very much. And like I said, I have 2 goodie bags to give away. And the first goodie bag will go to, you can choose whether you ask me one question, and if I say I don't know, then you get a goodie bag. 2, what did I say is the second thing? I ask a question. All right. Let me ask a question here. Give me one industry where you can use a drone. Jeez, that was quick. That was quick.
Farming.
Farming. Fantastic. But you are cheating. I said farming so many times. But at least you were listening. All right? One more. Anyone who has a question? Here. Let's wait for your mic here.
May I please ask, what material would you use to do a holographic drone?
To do it?
To make a holographic drone?
I don't know. All right. Fantastic. Thank you very much. Okay. I think that would be all from my side. Thank you for listening to me, and thank you. If you have any question, I'm going to stick around. Yes, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Sam, for that amazing presentation. I found it really interesting personally. My biggest question personally was, what stops people using drones for the wrong purposes? What stops it being a weapon in war? What can we do to stop people abusing its power?
Unfortunately, I ran out of goodie bags. I was going to say, I don't know. Look, honestly speaking, if you look at the main reason why drones are regulated, it's simply because of what you're asking, because drone technology can be misused very easily. And the only way to sort of curb that or to control that is if there are regulations, there's a regulator that says before you fly a drone, you must have a license, and. But yeah, it's a very difficult conversation when it comes to security or trying to get people not to use it, to misuse the technology.
Okay, thank you very much. We found it really informative.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Coming up next is the founder of Beauty on Tap, a mobile phone app that provides their customers with a database on beauty services from hair to nails to makeup. It's revolutionary, and to celebrate this top innovator, we have her here. Here is Mateba Molisa.
Hello, everyone. How's everyone doing? Guys, you must clap for me when I come up. I wore makeup today. I put makeup on for you guys at 6 in the morning. I'm wearing a nice dress, so I want you guys to listen because I'm here just for you. So I'm the founder of Beauty on Tap. It is a mobile app. Well, it was, but I'm going to tell you about how Beauty on Tap kind of evolved over the years and how it's become what it is today. So by background, I'm actually a chartered accountant. I used to work in banking just last year. I worked for a bank called Rand Merchant Bank. And somehow I've landed in the tech and beauty space, and I've kind of taken technology and fused it with beauty to bring together what is known as Beauty on Tap. How many people here love beauty? Makeup? Whew. Okay, so I want to ask people a question. If you don't love beauty, it means you didn't brush your teeth this morning. Right? Right? It means alatlotsa this morning, alathasa your bodies. Because beauty is everything, guys. Beauty is your toothpaste, it's your toothbrush, it's the Vaseline that you put on your body. Beauty is everything. So when people kind of say to me, oh, she's going to talk about beauty, I always remind people that the beauty industry is huge. You guys use beauty every day. Do you guys have lip ice or Vaseline in your pockets? Yes. So everybody should have put their hands up that you love beauty. So I want you guys to listen today because the opportunities in the beauty industry are huge because it's such a big industry. So, exactly. Okay. So this is Alec Weck. Alec Weck is a supermodel. I think she's retired from modeling now. But you can see the makeup they've used on her face. She's ashy, right? So it's taken a very long time for the beauty industry to evolve. Especially in South Africa, beauty didn't take black women's skin into account, so people were putting on makeup that makes their skin like ashy and white. They were putting skin lightening products in the market. Local beauty wasn't a big industry, so people didn't know what local beauty products to use. Every single product that you guys use, like your toothpaste, your body lotions, are all products that are made overseas for you. And so we saw opportunity and said, why aren't local beauty products or services being made by South African people? Because you trust the product more if it's made by someone like you, right? Exactly. So the local beauty industry, I think my mic is falling, sorry. So the local beauty industry is worth $4 billion. Do you know how much money that is? You don't know how much it is? I also don't know because I don't have it. So the local beauty industry is worth $4 billion, guys. That is a lot of money. If you take the exchange rate, that's about, I think, 80 billion rand that the local beauty industry is worth. And what's sad about this is that the local beauty industry is largely dominated by international companies. So you guys use Colgate, right? You use Vaseline, right? Those are all products that are made overseas and brought into South Africa. So these aren't products that are made locally. So the local industry needed more products that are made locally. And then the local beauty industry is largely informal. So with beauty, it's like you guys have plaits in your hair. You just go to the hair salon next door to do your hair, right? It doesn't have to be fancy. You don't have to book it on an app or anything. You just pop in and do your hair. So it was important to find a solution to make this easier for people. So my big question then was, I had a friend who was getting married and we're looking for a makeup artist in Cape Town. And I was like, yo, it's really hard to find a makeup artist in Cape Town. Why is that? And it's basically what I said. Our beauty industry is very informal. And so I wanted to look at a way at making the local beauty industry more formal and modernizing it with technology. So I also wanted to say, how do I then bring structure into it? How do I make sure that people can get bookings and earn money from getting bookings using technology? And then I wanted to see how do we take the local beauty industry and take it to the next level. And that was making sure that we have more local beauty products in the market. So guys, you sitting here, right? Every single day you come up with a problem. For you guys, it's probably that you don't want to do your homework. So innovation comes from people because people experience problems every single day. Like I said to you, a friend was getting married in Cape Town. We're looking for a makeup artist, and we couldn't find one. So I was like, it would be really cool if you can find something that can connect you to makeup artists or braiders or people who plait hair and who can come to your house as well. So this was a long time ago. This was in 2015. I started looking for app developers. So app developers are people who kind of code apps. I'm sure you guys all know apps, right? Instagram, Facebook, Uber, those are all apps. So I had an app made that is a location-based app. So it's an app that looks at where you are right now, and it lets you know what beauty services are in your area. So it will tell you that Mpho, who is 50 kilometers away from you, actually can come to your house and braid your hair. So this was an application that took technology and made beauty accessible to a lot of people, right? So what was really important was it had to be easy to make local beauty services accessible. So do some of you know how to plait hair? No? Do some of you know how to do makeup? No? Still? Yeah. So if you guys wanted to make extra money, you could load your business on the application and people would then start booking you to come plait their hair or do their makeup at your house. And then also I wanted to make local beauty products more accessible. So in South Africa, a lot of people make beauty products and they package them, but they don't know where to sell these products because it's hard to get into big shops like Clicks, like Pick n Pay, like Edgar's and so on. And so people just do boot selling where they maybe come to your mom and say, hi, I have a hair butter or a hair oil that I can sell to you. So we wanted to put all these products on this application. So the concept was to make it easy for you to find a beauty therapist, to make it easy to find a beauty salon, to make it easy to find these local beauty products on one application, but also to be able to review your beauty session. So if somebody messes up your nails or your hair, you could go onto the application and say, don't book this person, they're going to cut your hair or whatever it is. So a big question that people had at the time is, you guys know Instagram, right? Do you guys use Instagram? Okay. Even Facebook. So a lot of people would ask me, why would you develop an application if we can just look for makeup artists on Facebook and Instagram? And I had to find things that made the app different. So when you're developing any product, guys, even if you have a small business that you're trying to hustle and push right now, it's really important to make sure that you're different in some way. What value are you adding to people's lives? So for me, it was important to have informal businesses. So a lot of the time you find that the ladies that braid hair and come to your house don't have access to Instagram. And I mean, this was in 2015. Were you guys even born? Were you born in 2015? So I'm kidding, guys. This was in 2015. And so then a lot of people didn't have smartphones yet. There weren't a lot of affordable smartphones in the market. So people didn't have access to Instagram to put their businesses there. And then also in 2015, it was very hard to search by location. So even on Instagram now, if you're looking for a makeup artist, it's not going to give you makeup artists that are close to you. You can actually find a makeup artist that's based in America. So for us, it was important to make sure that people around you are showing on the application. And then also we wanted to give app users the ability to bargain hunt. So an important thing is affordability. We wanted people to say, I only want to spend 100 Rand on my makeup session, or I only want to braid for 200 Rand. Who can provide that service for me? And so people were rated ranked according to how much they would cost people. And that's how we were then different from Instagram and Google, which is very, very important at the time. So the truth about this is applications in South Africa, it's very, very hard to make money from them, okay? So an application in South Africa, if you're using Uber, you're booking a service, right? You're booking for a driver to come and pick you up. If you're buying on Checker 60, you're buying something on the application for them to deliver to your house. If you're just connecting two people, on an application, it's very difficult to make money out of it. And of course, people go into business to make money. No one must lie to you. Everyone who goes into business is trying to make money. And so for me, it was very important that we had to change the business because people were saying, I don't want to pay to be on your application because I can find customers anyways. But also a lot of people on the application who were using it were saying, I don't want to pay you to find me a braider. I'll just pay the braider myself. So they just take the braider's number, write it down, and not book on the application. So the business in its first year, guys, made no money at all. It was just expenses. I was paying for marketing. I was paying for the app hosting fees for the website and so on. All of that I was paying for out of my own money because I was still working at the time at the bank. And so I had to find a way to change this business. So guys, sometimes in your business, you'll find that there's something that's not working, but there'll always be one thing in your business that's actually a really great idea. And that's what they call business pivoting. So business pivoting is kind of like reimagining your business. So looking at your business in a very, very different way. And so I said that there were concepts within this business. There was find a beauty therapist, find a beauty salon, or review your beauty session. So this is what the app actually used to look like then. So over here, there's hair, there's nails, makeup artists, eyebrows, lash extensions, and waxing. So basically, if you click on hair, it has like a whole lot of braiders that pop up. It has people who can relax your hair, people that can plait your hair, and so on. And for me, the important part was finding niche and local beauty brands. So I spoke to you guys about how the local beauty market is dominated by your companies like Colgate, like Vaseline, and there aren't a lot of local beauty businesses in the market. And so we had products on the application as well, and people were saying, we want to buy these products on one place because we have to call this person to buy a hair butter there, then we have to call this person to buy a hairspray somewhere else. So people were saying, we actually want to buy these products from one place. And so as I said, we launched an online store called Shop Beauty on Tap. So the application is Beauty on Tap. So Beauty on Tap means beauty fast at a tap. And so we launched an online store that matches this application. So for the brand, so if you came to me now with your beauty products and say, I want to sell your products on my platform, for me it was important that you had the advantage of having a whole lot of other brands on it, so people would come to the website for that. It was also an affordable shopfront, so we didn't charge anybody to be on the website, but we took commission when people would buy. And also we market on Beauty on Tap very differently. I actually have my lead marketer here with me as well. So we market very differently on Beauty on Tap. We don't market like other businesses, no shade, to clicks and so on. We do things really differently when we sell products to people. But for the customer as well, it was important that we sell affordable products. So we didn't want people to go and spend thousands of rands on beauty products. We also wanted to ship to people's houses with one box and one shipping fee. So we didn't want people to buy like lots of things and then have to pay lots of shipping fees from different places. Then we also wanted to bring local hair care and make it more prominent. So we wanted local hair care to show more than the big international brands. So you guys know Dark and Lovely? You know Dark and Lovely, right? So we wanted our own beauty brands to beat Dark and Lovely as well, because we were saying we have products that are just as good as Dark and Lovely, so let's actually sell them and put them on a platform. And then we also wanted to educate people about beauty. So when we started our website, guys, we only had 6 brands on the website. It was very small. People would complain that they can't buy on the website. It was very difficult, like purchases would fail when they're trying to like finalize their purchase. When I started out, I outsourced logistics. So logistics is the people who pack the order and send it out. So instead of doing it myself, I gave it to Aramex to do, which was very expensive at the time and was a very big mistake. We focused on local brands, which was a good thing that we did because that's what brought people to our website. It made us different to other stores at the time, which mostly had international brands. We focused on catering to the Black female. Now, Black females are the fastest growing consumer segment. So what that means is that the girls in this room today spend more money than men in this room today. So women, yes, girls. So women actually spend more money on consuming and are the fastest growing segment. And so we had to focus on this segment because nobody was speaking to Black women as much as we do. And then we focused on being the fastest and the best. So at Beauty on Tap, if you order, you get your order today. You don't wait 1 week to get your order. If you're in Joburg, if you order by 10 a.m., your order is going to get to your door at the end of the day. So that's what we focused on, because we had to beat Takealot. You all know Takealot? Yes, so for me it was very important that we do something better than Takealot, and so that was making sure that we deliver super fast. So this line here, you guys know revenue, do you all do accounting? Do you do accounting? Okay, so this line that you see going up is how our money started to grow from the beginning in 2016 all the way through to just before COVID. So this is how our business grew, just because we focused on those things, on being efficient, on giving people the best quality products, and just by being better than our competitors. Because we were so small, we had to be different. So we changed our website. Remember I told you guys the website was so bad? In 2018, we changed our website. We started adding more brands so people could buy more products on the website. Then we got more customers who would buy, obviously, because there was more to do. But then we also started focusing on skincare. Then, guys, COVID. Do you remember COVID? Yo, you remember you were just sitting in your house? Yes, so COVID hit, right? And at the time, we didn't know what was going to happen. Because for us, we were selling beauty, and it was an online store, and we were a small business. You know, government told businesses that they're not allowed to sell. Remember at the shops, you weren't even allowed to buy socks. They were just like, you don't need socks, just buy bread and get out. So we had to see, are we going to succeed during COVID or are we going to fail? So Beauty on Tap during COVID was at the right time and right place. And it's kind of sad to say because it was such a sad period. But during COVID, a whole lot of businesses had to build e-commerce websites. So e-commerce websites is where people shop to buy stuff on the internet. So we already had a website that was functioning. We already had the right products that people needed, because during COVID, you could still buy your toothbrushes, your toothpaste, and everything. So we were selling body lotions, hair care products. We were already a trusted brand. So because we delivered fast and on time, people trusted us. And so we were also efficient. And so during COVID, that is how our revenue grew. So do you see 2020 to 2021? Do you see it over there on the side? So because of that, because we had the right mix and a website that was already working, and that we used technology already during a very difficult time to make shopping easier for people, our revenue started to grow. And so for us, it was important to be a good website. So it's important for your website to be very good. And we also were just efficient, and we had a good marketing strategy. So guys, if you have a business, even if you have a small business that you're trying to grow, it's important that you don't grow too fast. So imagine you are making the ice. Ladija the ice, yes. And you have customers. If you market too fast and you grow too fast, then you're going to have customers lining up outside your door. And if you can't serve them, they're going to go next door, right? They're going to go to the next business. So sometimes in business, it's important that you don't grow too fast, because you need to keep your promise to your customers, and you also need to keep innovating. So if Leza the ice, you need to do different flavors for every season, right? You can't keep giving people the same flavors. They're going to be like, yo, this business is so boring. So innovation is you bringing in new flavors, maybe changing the shape of your ice. So it's important for you to keep innovating. So today, Beauty on Tap is just an e-commerce website that retails products. So remember I told you we only had 6 brands. We had about 30 products, and it was just me in the business by myself. Today, we have over 800 products on Beauty on Tap. Thank you. We sell over 70 brands on the website now. And we have about 16 staff members, and we're continuing to grow as well. Thank you. So you'll see here, I added a brands tab. So most of the brands that you're seeing on this list is mostly local brands. So for us, it's very important to promote the local beauty industry. So AfroSense, Afro Botanics, Amazi, Anasa, Ashaki, Beautiful Earth, all of them here, Kudu, Kush Cream, all of them are all local brands. And so for me, it's really important that when you guys want to leave school and start your own brand, you can come to Beauty on Tap and say, please, can you sell my products? And we're going to make you compete against the Biodermas, the L'Oreals, the Dark and Lovelies as well that we also have. So that's what Beauty on Tap does. But we went one step further, because I said you must keep innovating. You must keep making new flavors. So we did more to grow. So this year we opened a store at Mall of Africa, our first store. So this is the store, a picture of it here. So we opened a store and we offer an affordable but luxury shopping experience. But even with that, we're still using technology to make our shopping experience easier. And then we went one step further. So remember I said to you, we're competing against Takealot? Remember? So we then started our own skincare brand that's exclusive to Beauty on Tap online, called Pastry Skincare. And basically because pastry is really good, like it's really good, people keep coming back to Beauty on Tap. So for us to be competitive and to beat the Takealots, we created our own brand to lock the customer in. So for us, we're continuously growing. We're continuously updating our website to make sure it's the best, but we're also going to open more stores. Like instead of clicks, we have to see Beauty on Tap everywhere, right? So you guys are going to be seeing that in future. You're going to be seeing a lot more stores come to the fore. So that's what I was going to say is where to next. So we're definitely going to add more brands to our website. One of you here has to come to me in a few years' time and say, I was at the Sasol Techno X and I saw your presentation and I want you to sell my product. So you guys need to come to Beauty on Tap. We're going to start our own brands as well, more pastry skincare brands. Hopefully we're going to open more stores, which is important. And hopefully we'll be able to open more stores overseas as well. So that is Beauty on Tap, and that's how the business has changed. That's how we've used technology to make beauty shopping easier for people. And so guys, you should always reimagine your business. Don't think that because you are going to be an accountant, you can't be in the beauty industry. I'm a chartered accountant who's gone into beauty retailing, which is really weird because people think accountants are boring. So I really hope that you guys got some kind of inspiration from this presentation. I hope that you guys start your own businesses in technology or beauty. And I hope that I see one of you in the future with your beauty products. And that is my presentation. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I don't know if they have questions. Can I take questions? Okay.
Don't you guys think that was so cool? Now, I have a question. Does anybody here have a family member or a friend or just somebody that they know that does hair? Put your hand up. Okay. So, how do they find their customers? It's usually, you tell your friend, no, there's this person I know that does hair, you should go to them, right? Imagine how cool this product that Ausmatabo created. Because now, that family member that you have is no longer restricted to just you recommending her to somebody else, but now they have a bigger group of people, a bigger group of customers that they can tap into. She's innovated an industry like that. That's so cool, don't you think? And for people that create their own products, which when I was a kid, I used to like making my own stuff. Like I'd make my own perfume, I'd go into the garden, I'd find flowers, I'd mix it with water, and I'd go try sell it to my family members and say, here, I have a wonderful perfume for you. And growing up, you go and create something like that. Now there's a place for us to enter the market where there aren't barriers, it's not difficult for us to enter this market. Now, do you guys have any questions for her? Because this is such a cool business, and I think there's a lot to learn from her. Please put your hand up if you have a question for her, and we will have mics that are going to come to you.
No question.
We do have a question that came online, and the question was, in your first 12 months of business, you weren't making profit.
Yes.
That's difficult.
Yes.
You weren't making any money. The money was just coming out of you, but it wasn't coming back. What motivated you to keep going?
I think for me, like if you launch a business and you have some traction, if people are willing to hear you but don't want to part with money, then it means you're onto something. So if people are willing to sit with you and have a meeting and open the door for you, it means you're onto something. So if you ever have an idea and people aren't willing to give you money but are willing to hear you out, keep pushing because it means you actually have a really great idea that you need to push.
Well, thank you so much for
Thank you,
everything
guys.
that you've done. Okay. We're now going to take a quick 5-minute break. Remember, I mentioned at the beginning that there's so much for you guys to explore. There's a skills village, there's a Sasol village. So this is your guys' chance to go and explore that. Your buddies are going to lead you out, and you can go on your tour, and you can go and enjoy the rest of the program that we have for you. And then to all of our speakers and everybody else that is in the room, like I said, it's just a 5-minute break, and we're going to wait for the next group of kids to come in. Thank you. And we are back from our short interval. Hi, guys. Hi. And hello to you guys that are online, whether you're in the classrooms, in front of your desk, or you're just at home. If you're just tuning into the show right now, we have just taken a short break. I'm going to tell you guys something. You just missed out on two really cool speakers. We heard from someone in the drone industry, and he got to tell us what kind of jobs we can get into through drones. And then we heard from somebody who is innovating the beauty space by creating an online platform for local brands to actually sell their products on there. Do you guys feel like you missed out? Don't worry, we still have more speakers, so you will get a chance to learn, okay? I'd like to call onto stage my co-youth MC. Her name is Retabile, and she's helping me out. Please give her a round of applause. Retabile, can you tell us a little bit about our next speaker?
Oh, our next speaker is the Managing Director of Siyazithanda Project, a research consulting and project management firm. Let's give a warm welcome to Dr. Siphokazi Koyana.
Good morning, everyone. I love the energy. You all sound very excited and happy to be here. Wonderful. I'm also very happy to be here. All the way from East London in the Eastern Cape, Emonti. Yes, I'm a research consultant, but recently I've started a non-profit organization called Future Me, and that's me over there. I take grade 9 learners to different workplaces and industries so they can see different careers and see people at work, so they can learn what other industries there are, what other careers there are, so they can future-proof their careers. So that's me taking a group of students here to the Transnet Port Authority in East London, so they can learn about careers in the marine industry, the ocean economy, they can learn about logistics, they can learn about import and export, and how our economy is driven by those industries. Behind there in the picture, there's a tugboat. So there was a captain telling us what a tugboat does in a harbor, in a port, and how you learn to be a tugboat pilot and stuff like that. So my organization works with youth and learners from Tanzania, from Scenery Park, from KwaZulu-Natal, and different townships and rural areas around East London to show people different kinds of careers while they're still young. The other picture here on the right, where we're wearing green, I took students from Zwelitsha to a civil engineering site, and this was to show them how to build a bridge. We went to some engineers who are building 3 bridges around Zwelitsha. It's a big, major road construction project around the city. So I took 2 schools there with me to that project so they could learn how to build a bridge. Why you must study science, so you can understand pressure and force and gravity, and why it's important to study science and pure maths. So when you go to grade 10, 11, 12, you can then work in those kind of industries. You need to have pure maths to work in the ocean economy for many of the engineering jobs. Because those ships, when they go overseas, they have mechanical engineers in that ship. They've got electrical engineers in the ship, because someone must fix electricity. Someone must fix the engine. Just like a car, you need people to fix it. So engineers work on those ships as they travel with goods from South Africa to Spain, or to export South African products to Australia, all those things. Anyway, that's what I do besides being a research consultant. I'm also the chairperson of council at the University of Fort Hare. So I wear many hats. I'm also a trustee of the Sanlam Foundation, and the foundation gives a lot of money to schools for programs for after-school maths and science and other programs that Sanlam gives money to, not Sasol. But I also used to serve on the board of the Sasol Inzalo BEE scheme for 10 years. I was one of the directors of the Sasol Inzalo empowerment scheme. So there's also that going on. But today, I'm here to talk to you about what we can learn from Japan and innovation in Japan. Anyone here who's ever been to Japan? You've been, wonderful. You've been to Japan. When was that? I can't hear you. Yes, wonderful, wonderful. We'll talk about how you got there and what you learned. I'm very happy. Okay, so this is about just how we can learn from Japan, which is one of the leading countries in terms of innovation. And I also have been to Japan, but I went to Japan 30 years ago, in 1992. So I'm giving away my age here. But it's still a very exciting country to visit and to follow online and to see what they do. Very quickly, we're going to talk about Japan just to locate it where it is and why I'm talking about Japan today, innovation in Japan, and then innovations from South African high school students. There are South African high school students who already have innovations in the market, as well as innovations from Japan. Because we are a high school audience, we must talk about what people in high school are doing. So there's Japan, and there's South Africa. You see where South Africa is, right? Do you see how far Japan is? And you see it's just only an island. It's a small island, but it's one of the most developed countries in the world. It takes about 16 hours to travel by air from South Africa to Japan if you're going to fly like a bird, a straight flight. But normally, if you are flying, you go from South Africa, you connect up in Hong Kong or Dubai, and then to Japan. But if you have to fly straight, it's about 16 hours by plane, and it's about 14,000 kilometers from South Africa. So it's very far from us. But that part of the world is called Southeast Asia. So it's in Southeast Asia. Very briefly, just so you understand the size and scale of the population, it has 123 million people. South Africa only has about 60 million people, so it's twice the size of South Africa. But this size is going down because in 2013, 13 years ago, there were even more people. There were 127 million people. So the size of the population is getting smaller. However, the people in Japan live the longest in the world. Did you know that? The average age in Japan is people live to be 82 years old, which means that there are many Japanese who are more than 100 years old, who are also more than 90 years old, because of the advancement in medical care and medical technology, because of their diet. They don't eat ngusho and pap. They eat a lean, balanced diet with seafood and vegetables and very healthy food. So they live very long lives. So we have a lot to learn from them about healthcare, about longevity and things like that. And Japan has got the 12th largest population in the world. Even though they're very economically advanced and technologically advanced and they innovate and have new things, they have very low unemployment. There's only about 2% unemployment in Japan. So in other words, it looks to me that the more you innovate and the more you make new things, the more jobs you create and the less unemployment there is. You know that South Africa has got the highest unemployment rate in the world, right? About 30%. Some figures put it at 35%. So our country has got the highest unemployment rate. Perhaps we must think more seriously about innovations. How do we innovate and create new jobs and create more opportunities for people to work just like Japan? They are the most developed country and they've got the lowest unemployment. So we must not think that innovation is going to take away jobs. Computers and innovation and artificial intelligence creates more jobs and reduces unemployment. So we must start thinking like that. Just so why Japan, very quickly. Japan is the #1 ranking country in the world in terms of economic complexity index. And I have a definition there so you know what that is. The economic complexity index measures the knowledge accumulated in the population, and that is expressed in the economic activities in the region. So it measures how much people know and how they translate that into economic activity. Japan is #1 in the world, more than America, more than China. So the people then know a lot, and they use that to create economic opportunities and products, and so their economy is very active. Also, it's therefore not surprising that 47 out of 500 companies in the Fortune Global 500 companies are from Japan. That's almost 10% of the world's biggest 500 companies are from Japan. Did you see how small that island is? So that small island has got 10% of the world's biggest companies because of innovation. They don't have much land to grow food. They don't have gold and minerals and diamonds. So they use their brains to create and innovate and manufacture to grow the economy such that 10% of the largest companies in the world are from that small island. So we as South Africans must think about how do we also use our brains to start manufacturing and making new things and creating new economies so that we can create jobs and grow our economy and have some of the big companies amongst the world. Japan has got the third largest developed economy in terms of GDP, gross domestic product. They also have got the third largest in terms of total wealth. So they're a very big economy, second only to America and China. We're talking about a very big economy here. Lots of people, but also very innovative. They also are the world's fourth largest consumer market. So they buy a lot because there are so many, but they also create and export a lot. So they're the fourth largest economy in terms of export in the world. They create and export, but they also buy. They buy a lot. So South Africans can think about what can we sell to Japan if there are so many of them and they're buying so much from other countries. There's a market out there for us to explore. And they are also very politically involved with other big developed countries, member of the G7, which is a group of 7 countries, including Canada and France and Germany, and also the group of 20 countries, some of the 20 largest, biggest economies, including countries in the European Union. So they're a very big economic player. That's why I thought we should just look at them. Often we talk about America and we talk about China, and we don't realize just how big and innovative and what a leader Japan is in innovation. They have, for example, this is just one other fact, Japan has got more patents than China. They have more patents than China. And if you think China is developed, it means Japan has even got more innovations, more original innovations than China. And you know how everything is made in China? Have you seen how everything that you buy says made in China? Now imagine a country with more innovations for original work than China. So it's a very, very strong economy, lots of innovation. Some of the things that make Japan so innovative. What are some of the factors that would make Japan so innovative? I just have a few here. The geography in Japan. They are an island. They are away from mainland China. They are close, but they are away from South and North Korea. They are close, but away from Russia. Those are the countries around Japan. South Korea, North Korea, China, which is a huge market with 1 billion people, and Russia, also a very huge part of Asia. So being an island, then there's opportunity to trade with all these countries and make goods they can sell to 1 billion people in China, make goods they can sell to people in South Korea, and so they have access to these big international markets. But because they're also an island, they had to learn to innovate for themselves. If you're in an island, you can't be flying each time you want something. You must figure out how to make it here. So then they started being innovative and creative to solve their own problems as an island, because they're isolated from other countries. So it works both ways. They had to find ways to make things work for themselves. And infrastructure, so they've got roads, trains, that's railways that they need to move from place to place to link economies between cities and regions and things like that. And they invest in human capital. That means they invest in their people. They give people very good education. They encourage innovation and research in their country, development of new products. They invest in healthcare so people can live long lives. And so they innovate and create ways to improve the healthcare system, robotics, artificial intelligence, and all of that is part of it. They invest in the social welfare system, so no one falls between the cracks. Everybody is taken care of. they also have a very strong work ethic. They take their job seriously. They value their culture and who they are. So we have a lot to learn from Japan in terms of that. And we do have challenges in South Africa. I mean, we can always talk about how we're colonized, we can talk about how we were oppressed during apartheid, but it's now 30 years on, and we have to develop a culture and a way of seeing ourselves and our identity that is positive and allows us to engage with people around us, to innovate and create, and to engage with economies around us. So for the most part, the Japanese economy focused on manufacturing cars. This was the biggest thing. There are many cars, I mentioned there, Toyota, Suzuki, Subaru, Mazda. So they're focused on steel for cars, tools for engineering, but also very high-tech goods and precision. You know, if you're manufacturing a car, everything must work just right. The electronics, when you press the button, the window must close, the window must open. And I think it is because of that base and that economy that they were able to use all those skills from hybrids, from technotronics, to then be able to innovate and use artificial intelligence and robotics and augmented reality and virtual reality, because they'd harnessed that from making cars. And that skill then sort of rippled into other parts of the economy, other innovations. I just show a few there, how they can use robotics in the classroom for learning and teaching, robotics for tutoring, for platforms that are interactive. They use, we saw here a drone, but here this is a big machine that waters, agricultural machine. Again, it's robotics, artificial intelligence. It is timed. It knows when to water, how much to water. So that helps them to save their resources, how to save water using solar, and how to use and maximize the resources you have. So don't waste your water, and yet you enhance your crops so that you've got very good crops. And they use it also for on the top left there, top right slide, or top left that side, the trains, transport system, fast-speed rails. Japan is well known for its fast trains, but they keep designing them and changing the design, more glass so you can take on the view. You are not in the train and feel cramped and bored. The seats are facing each other or they're facing outside, so they can swivel and you can chat with your friends, but you can look away and enjoy the view for tourists as well, just to de-stress and not be anxious while they're traveling as a commuter. These are just some of the things in which they are constantly showing innovation. Now let's just talk quickly about some of the innovations from the schools in Japan. Just very quickly, there's a whole range of them. But there's a device that detects the presence of landmines using sound waves. Landmines are sort of bombs that are in the ground that were left during the Second World War. And if they do blast, they can injure people, they can chop off their legs and their arms, and people become handicapped. So it's still a real and present danger in their country. So high school students have designed a device that can detect them so they can be removed and keep people safe. High school students have designed a wearable device, like in the picture, that detects color and sound for people who are blind or visually impaired. So this thing can help you see, can tell you or help you show if there's something around you. These are things that if you have an aging population, people are getting older and they live longer and they lose their sight because they're getting old. They even have canes that detect sound and distance and can tell people where they are. The high school students have designed an app that detects depression and suicidal thoughts. Now, South Africa has got the highest rate of suicide in the world. Did you know that? We have the highest rate of suicide in the world. So we should have been the ones to design that app first, right? Because it's a problem that we have in South Africa. 23 people commit suicide out of every 100,000 people. And that is way too much. That is more than other countries. So it's a real problem we have. And a high school student, a group of them, have designed an app that we could use in South Africa that detects depression and suicidal thoughts, looking at facial images and frequency of the speech and voice and other data that they analyze to do stuff like that. And it means that in Japan, they are able to commercialize, to take those ideas to the market quickly and commercialize and sell them. So that's something we can learn from Japan, that you must innovate, but also take to the market. South African students also do have innovations, just to encourage you. So when you go back to your school, you can think about what can you design to solve problems in your own homes, in your own schools, in your own communities. There's an app called Women that promotes gender equality and acceptance of gender diversity. We know in our country that it's a problem. There's rape, there's women abuse, there's all kinds of gender imbalances. Men are paid more than women for the same job. So for us, it's a real challenge in South Africa. So this app is helping us address one of our local problems. It's a solution to help people understand the importance of gender equality and gender diversity. South African students also have designed an app called Hope Away from Home that enables small food donations in one's own neighborhood. Because we know there's inequality. Some people are very poor. They go to bed without food. That is a real challenge in our country. So this app allows people to donate food to people who need food in their own communities who may not have any food. So again, this shows how it's important to innovate for your own economy. South African students have designed an app that offers physical workouts and healthy eating diet plans to enable people in under-resourced communities to benefit from healthy body and mind education and support. If you are poor, it doesn't mean that you have to be fat and obese and die from diabetes and heart disease. You can be poor, but if you learn what food to eat, how to become active, how to reduce illness, then you get a better life, longer life, better quality of life, and you can do more, right? So in our country, people die from diabetes and high blood pressure, mostly because of poor diet, because they don't have money to buy, or they think they don't have money to buy vegetables. But actually, it's very cheap to grow your own vegetables. So this app, designed by South African students, addresses some of those challenges. And there are many other apps. You can Google them. You can Google apps designed by South African high school students. And you can Google what competitions there are for South African innovations by high school students. SASTA has competitions. There's ESCOM Expo for Young Scientists. It's a competition. So ESCOM has one, SASTA has one. There's one called Got IT that also has got competitions for high school students with new innovations and inventions. So look into those and challenge yourselves. Challenge your teachers to help you prepare to enter these competitions. Find out what categories are there, what the requirements are to compete, and see if in your class or in your friends you can solve some problems for South Africa. Because innovation is about solving problems for where you are, for your own community. And then my last slide here is just to talk sort of after what I've said, what have we learned from Japan? What can we learn then? We can learn that for innovation to take place, it must be a national priority. We can't just talk about innovation and only have one science expo once a year in Sasolburg. It must be a way of life. It must be something that as a country we talk about every day. It must be part of who we are. We always say South Africa is filled with possibilities, right? So let us make those possibilities come to life by living that ethos, by creating new things, by bringing those opportunities and possibilities to life in the things that we create every day, in a way that is locally relevant. So our innovations must solve our own problems in South Africa. Simple things like people take minibus taxis to work and to school every day. 60% of South Africans take minibus taxis. But you often find that there's no shelter where people are standing. People stand in these long queues, and when it rains, they get wet. When it's too hot, they get sweaty. Simple things like that. You can just build shelters so people to stand when they're waiting for a taxi. That is what we need in South Africa, right? We don't need to build a fast-speed train with glass windows, but we do need simple things like shelter and safe places to stand when waiting for a taxi, and many other innovations that we can design for our own environment. Like I said, innovation must be talked about and encouraged at school, at home, in the communities. I think personally every department should have its own science competition and awards. Every department in government, every SETA should have competitions and awards for young people like you to bring innovations. And it should be mainstreamed. Mainstreams means you take something that was already not popular and you force it and encourage people to engage with it until it becomes commonplace. You can use TikTok, you can use influencers, you can use Instagram. That shows our own South African innovations, and we mainstream so it becomes normal. People become celebrities because they've got new applications, not because they are news readers. People must not be celebrities because they're struggling actors. People must be celebrities because they've got new innovations, because they are scientists, they are doing new things. That's the kind of celebrity mind we must have. And also just to say that we do need more of those competitions and awards to help people go to market so we can get more patents, we can commercialize, we can have copyrights to our own South African-based innovations and take to market and take our ideas and sell our products overseas and create new factories and manufacture and create jobs and create new careers and new industries. So I hope that you as young people here will start seeing yourselves as people who can create new things, as innovators, as inventors. And as you leave this room, I want you to think about what will your innovation be? What are you going to innovate? And because it's Women's Month, we have to be locally relevant. In South Africa, it's Women's Month in August. How will your innovation help women? So again, it's about creating new things but making them locally relevant. So it being August, I'll ask you, what will your innovation be and how will it help women in South Africa? Thank you very much. Take questions. Okay.
Thank you so much, Dr. Koyana, for sharing your insights as well as, the research that you've put into this and showing us and putting innovation into perspective for everyone in the room. Did you guys hear? The Takata Luna in Japan and in South Africa are doing things like designing applications. Don't you think that's cool? Now, Doc, you put a question to them, right? And I think we should do a little bit of an exercise. We only have time for 2 of these. Would you mind to indulge me?
Yeah, let's go ahead.
So, we're going to have mics going around in the room. We'll only take 2. So, one from this side of the room and one side from this in the room. I want you to tell us what problem you face in your daily life. Okay? What problem do you think needs to be solved? How? I'm allowing you guys to complain. Don't you can, this is the only time we are accepting complaints. So please put your hand up. I need someone on this side. Okay, we have a hand over there. Do we have a hand on this side? There, okay. Wait for the microphone. Let's settle down. We want to hear the complaint, Pella. Please stand up and tell us your name. No, it's fine, don't worry. It's okay.
Hello. Good morning. I think it's still morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Rapelang. I'm from Val Christian School. And, well, I'm going to talk about a problem that I face as a girl. I don't feel protected, and I feel like there should be more opportunities for girls to feel protected, especially because we're not built like men, or we don't have as much stamina as they do. So I think that as young people, we should find a way to protect our women because we are the key.
Okay. Hold on. Now, Doc, I want us to quickly brainstorm, and please don't take the mic away from her. How can we solve this problem right now, us as young people?
All right, the question is, how can we have innovations that help to protect women? Simple things like, you know that there are people called izinyoka who are stealing cables and making our streets dark because they take away electricity. If you can find an app that detects or figures out where the izinyoka are going to be going, how they're going to be stealing the cables, things like that will then keep our lights on and women are safer in the streets. That's just one example of a simple thing we can do where we can figure out how to stop people from stealing cables so we have lit streets and safer places for people to walk.
Show of hands, who agrees that, that they have that same problem? Show of hands. You guys don't experience the same problem that he mentioned? Okay, so that means you're gonna build an app. You're gonna build an app. You're gonna build an app. Lamtsiba Oprah Winfrey. You're gonna build an app. Do you think that innovation was a good innovation? Yes. To you specifically, madam?
To me?
Yes?
Yes.
And you're gonna build on top of that, right?
Yeah.
You will? Okay, thank you. Now let's take our second question. Where was it? Well, our second problem.
For me, the main problem we face in my local community is the lack of water and electricity. It demands every time, you see, yeah. And that causes a lot of problems by
Guys, let's allow him. You wouldn't want that reception if you were in the same position. Continue.
That causes a lot of problems for people who live in places where there's not much happening, you see. So, yeah.
Lack of resources, etc.,
Yes,
etc.
yes.
Thank you. Let's give him a hand. Hold on to that mic, because we are brainstorming innovation. We're not only leaving it to Doc, okay? Doctor?
All right, very quickly. There are ways to get water under the ground. You know that, right? So maybe it means people must figure out how to get water under the ground and make it not so expensive to get it out. There is water in the sea. South Africa is surrounded by oceans all around. Oceans on the left, oceans on the right, oceans on the south. How do we desalinate the water that's so salty and make it so we remove the salt and use the water and move it to areas which are far from the ocean so it can be used for drinking, for watering, and for what we need it for. So those are two ways we can think about how to maximize our access to the water resource. From under the ground, more innovation in terms of that, drilling and operating, and pipes from the ocean. How do we remove the salt and make the water available for us to drink? You also mentioned about electricity, that there's a challenge with electricity. Do you know that South Africa has got lots of unused mines? People used to dig gold and diamond and copper, and now those mines are hollow. Do you know that we can seal up those mines and store energy in those mines? So that's one way we can innovate and use what we have from our old mines to store energy so that when we are not using energy so much during the evening, we store it there. And then during the day, when we need energy, we get it out of those mines and make it available for people. So these are some of the ways in which we can enhance our energy storage using the mines which are unused and empty, that we already have tunnels of in the ground, and we've got lots of storage capacity which we're not even tapping into or using to store electricity when we do generate it. So these are opportunities for you to think about. How do we store energy? How do we desalinate our water from the ocean? And it needs you to work on that.
Has she given you a good starting point to where you can start to solve this problem? Okay. Can we please give it up one more time for Dr. Koyana? Thank you very much. So now, you guys have had your chance to complain, ne? And I'm sure we do it every day. I complain all the time. But Doc has given us a starting point for how we can go out and solve these problems. Because the problems that we are facing now and the problems that we're going to be faced with in the future are up to us to solve. So we know where we're going to start now, right? Are we having fun and are we learning? Yes. Do we want to learn some more? Yes. Okay, Tyler's going to tell us who our next speaker is.
Our next speaker is the founder and director of Womandla Global Network, an award-winning social entrepreneur and a renowned PR and communications specialist. Please help me welcome Sam Gormana.
Hello, Molweni. I want
want you to say Molosana. Molosana, Molweni. I don't know if Sasol did this strategically, but we have two closer speakers in the slots from the Eastern Cape. So Molweni, if you're watching from the Eastern Cape, we are representing. My name is Sam Gomo, and yes, I am from Womandla Global Network and going to speak about integrating the arts into STEM. So, in today's fast-paced, technology-driven world, the integration of the arts into the STEM education has emerged as a powerful tool to nurture creativity and innovation. Those are the two things that you always need to keep in mind: creativity and innovation. And because STEM has been considered as a cornerstone of modern education, and the reason why we're here today, it's always focusing on critical thinking and problem-solving skills. But I want to tell you that the arts, the Faculty of Arts, also does these things. We also solve problems. We also are analytical. And I'm going to talk about the convergence of this. So, as I say, that's me, digital disruptor. Hey! A speaker, male and guardian power woman of 2022. So much that has been afforded to me, not only because of my career and my own business as a public relations and communication specialist, but I also run a foundation, Womandla Foundation. And it is Women's Month, so I'm so excited that we can celebrate women and empower them. And we do this through advocating for STEM, we do this through mentorship, and we do this with entrepreneurship and development. We encourage capacity building. We don't want you to only work for people, we want you to be able to work for yourself. That's the foundation. So as I said, the PR world and communications world, I don't know if anyone here has ever thought of going into marketing industries and doing business insights, marketing data. Anyone want to be a content creator? Kubana ku TikTok, anybody on TikTok, and you know? All of these things require technology because they're all Instagram, TikTok, all of these things are built on apps. Right? And that is my business, that is my work, using media platforms so that we can communicate the brand objectives, we can talk about the business and what Sasol has launched here, and we can also use the celebrities Doc was talking about earlier to advocate for whatever they want to do, be that beauty, be it climate change, whatever the case may be. So that is my business, public relations and communication. So you're probably thinking, what am I doing on this stage? Well, it's because I've had to converge that, the use of STEM in my business, in my small business, to make sure that we can work faster and not work harder with our smaller team. So integrating the arts into STEM, there are things such as visual arts. Anyone a visual artist here? You draw? Anyone in music, dance, theater? Anyone? Well, we need some music here to see this, you know? And all of these things have been kind of separated from the world of STEM. Yet what I'm trying to say here, if we integrate this, we can form communications that are much more effective, particularly for our people. We are Africans, we are South Africans, and so we use art, we use music, we use visual art, we use graphic design to communicate effectively. And I think we want to be able to express ourselves well, we want to be able to convey our amazing ideas, our scientific, our technological, our engineering ideas in a meaningful and artistic way. So, question to you all, has anyone heard of ChatGPT? Are you guys using ChatGPT? Haini! Teachers, are you aware of this? So basically, we're going to talk about ChatGPT, how it's helped me, and this is a generative AI. Have you heard of artificial intelligence?
Great. So this is something we as a business have used. We have to write press releases. We have to write articles. We have to do research on certain topics on our clients. And ChatGPT has been that application or integration that we have used to fast-track our business. So let's play this video. For those who don't know what it is, here's a brief explanation.
Understanding generative AI, its impacts and limitations. Artificial intelligence has endowed us with limitless possibilities. From intelligent marketing to fraud prevention and 24/7 customer support, artificial intelligence has transformed every aspect of businesses and lives. Today, it can also enable machines to use textual or visual data to create new content via what we can refer to as generative AI. What is generative AI? Generative AI refers to artificial intelligence algorithms that enable using existing content like text, audio files, or images to create new plausible content. In other words, it allows computers to abstract the underlying pattern related to the input and then use that to generate similar content. It offers immense benefits such as ensuring the generation of higher quality outputs by self-learning from every set of data, lowering the risks associated with a project, training reinforced machine learning models to be less biased, enabling depth prediction without censors, enabling localization and regionalization of content via deepfakes, allowing robots to comprehend more abstract concepts both in simulation and the real world. With such significant benefits, generative AI can be used for distinct purposes. Identity protection. Generative AI avatars have been used to protect the identity of interviewees in news. Reports about the persecution of LGBTQ people in Russia. Image processing. It helps in intelligent upscaling of low-resolution images to high-resolution images. Film restoration. It enhances old images and old movies by upscaling them to 4K and beyond, which generates 60 frames per second instead of 23 or less, and removes noise, adds colors, and makes it sharp. Audio synthesis. Generative AI can render any computer-generated voice into one that truly sounds like human voice. Even I, the narrator of this video, is a product of generative AI. Healthcare. Generative AI can be employed for rendering prosthetic limbs, organic molecules, and other items from scratch when actuated through 3D printing, CRISPR, and other technologies. It can also enable early identification of potential malignancy to more effective treatment plans. IBM is currently using this technology to research antimicrobial peptide, AMP, to find drugs for COVID-19. As generative AI makes it possible for machines to create new content effectively, it also comes with a set of limitations. Hard to control. Some models of generative AI like GANs are unstable, as well as it is hard to control their behavior. They sometimes do not generate the expected outputs, and it's hard to figure out why. Pseudo-imagination. Generative AI algorithms still need a vast amount of training data to perform tasks. GANs cannot create entirely new things. They only combine what they know in new ways. Security. Malicious actors can use generative AI for deceitful purposes like scamming people, fraudulent activities, and create fake spammy news.
So that's a snippet about generative AI and what it does. And there are threats to this, right? As we heard, there is a high unemployment rate in South Africa, and now with tools, advanced tools such as these, there are some threats to it. But I want to tell you how you can positively use AI to enhance your business, to enhance your work, to enhance your study, and perhaps to use that in your innovations in the future. So there are a lot of things that AI actually needs and requires from a person, and that is to put in the information. Robots don't know anything unless you put in the information. So if I want to write a press release about the Sasol Techno Expo, I can say, please write to ChatGPT now, please write a press release that is 350 words about Sasol Techno X, talking to students at this particular age, encouraging them to do ABC, and it could create it for me. That's easy, right? It's halved my amount of work that I would have done, but it wouldn't be a successful piece of writing if I didn't put the prompts. So generative AI and ChatGPT still need us. This still requires us. And for you as innovators, for you as scientists and engineers, you have the power to contribute to that. How it is affected and how it will help people, and sometimes maybe how it will not. There's something called image-based generative AI, and this platform is used to creating live, non-existing photography. So basically, you can do what I just said. Type up, I want to create an image of Sam dressed in a zebra print-like outfit on a stage, and it could generate it for you without using a camera and photography. No, not to threaten the camera people here, but this has been happening, and this is somewhat could be a problem. There's been fashion shows. These are not real people. This has been created by generative AI. There's also text-based generative AI, and this option of AI lets people and professionals and organizations to create content, so something that our business also does, using image text from documents, publications, blog posts from the internet to create social content in a simple way. So, in my industry of marketing, events, what does the future look like for us? Does anyone want to be in marketing or communications here? Maybe not, but if you are in science, technology, engineering, and maths, there's still going to be a communications and a marketing department in your company, right? So whatever invention you create, whatever app you create, that information has to be sent to a person like me, my company, marketing and events, to launch your product, to do something about it. So on the flip side, what is marketing and events going to look like for us? So this is with the use of AI once again. This is a recent event that we did for a client of ours.
The time has come, the beginning of a new era in entertainment. Welcome to Mnet Disrupt.
So what we basically did here, we did the public relations for our client who ran with the event. Can you believe that at the event, the event was user generated. So everyone would enter by scanning a QR code. Nyayazi QR code. You scan a QR code and you put all your details in there. Already, that's one touch point where the client, being Mnet Showcase, would have all the information of the attendee. That's data. Data is gold right now. Secondly, as a user or as an attendee, you could switch the playlist of the music at the event. You could choose it, and it would play. You could choose the color schemes from blue lights to pink lights just from the press of your button of your phone. So this is now changing the game in the marketing, in the eventing industry, in the launches, in PR of so many things. And this could be at your guys' disposal. It could be at your hands. It could be your innovation and your invention. This is happening right now in South Africa. So I've already touched on these points on what generative AI does, because we're kind of afraid, right? Are robots going to take over our jobs? Are they going to take over the world? No. If you are in control, you know that there will be limitations, and it would be up to us It would be up to lawyers, so we still need lawyers to vet these processes. It would be up to the copy editors to vet the information. Is this accurate or not? Or is this information just available and it's untrue? So those are things that we, as people, are going to be responsible for. Many people and organizations worry about the mass deception, the job losses, the ethics, and the copyright. And as I said, it is our duty to be able to control, to manage, and to input, to put in the information and the instructions. So what are the pros of AI in the marketing events industry? And this is for me, but this could be something designed and created for you. There's global accessibility. The fact that right now that we are here physically, there are other people watching as well from their classrooms or whatever, those are all possible because of technological advancement. There's a cost-saving initiative. Those who couldn't make it here because of transport or whatever other reason, they're still able to get a piece, get a touch, get a taste of what this event is about. There's rich data insights. As I've mentioned, in that client event, all that data that is now going to be used and repurposed for remarketing initiatives is all there, and for new business. And there's also greater experiences. I don't know, have you guys ever gone to the movies and wore those glasses? And when you take them off, do you see that there's some sort of a shift that is a bit blurry, etc., etc.? And those are all innovations to add to experiences. Also, what are the cons? Data security. So if you want to study data security, this is an opportunity to do that in the generative AI space, cloud security, etc., etc. There's the fact that it could be very expensive to have these technological advancements. And this is why we need buy-in from funders, from supporters, from donors, from the government and other business people as well. The job displacement. But also, I'd like to encourage you to make AI work for you and not the other way around. And so what is the importance of integrating the arts into STEM, and arts being technological and AI-driven, is that this cultivates collaboration and teamwork. No longer are we just left-brained and right-brained, you know, because we are actually very gifted as people. We can do many things. The earlier speaker was a CA and a business person in beauty. So integrating the arts into STEM allows us to really work through our multi-potentiality. We can use different ways of learning, multidisciplinary projects, and use students, your ideas from your diverse backgrounds, and appreciate the perspectives and the approaches and the identity and our authenticity as well. So collaboration is key in introducing the A into STEM and creating STEAM. So in conclusion, the integration of the arts into STEM education, forming STEAM, holds immense potential in fostering creativity and innovation among students. By embracing the power of the arts alongside science, STEM, we can create a generation of well-rounded individuals who are not technically proficient only, but also imaginative, adaptable, and can make great contributions to our ever-changing world. I'd like to end off with this quote: creativity is inventing, experimenting, growing, taking risks, breaking rules, making mistakes, but also having fun. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sam, for offering a deeper insight and showing us the possibilities of how creatives can integrate the world of STEM into it, and thus creating not only STEM, but now STEAMY. Now, we've run slightly over time, and I don't want to take away any of your time, especially because we're about to go to stage X in our break. So we're going to have a quick break. It's about 20 minutes now. And we're gonna, so you guys have a chance to see everything that Sasol TechnoX has to offer. Like I said, Stage X is going to be giving away prizes. There's gonna be music, and you guys have an opportunity to have fun and dance. Because remember, science is fun, right? Awesome. Thank you so much. We will see you at 11:30. Welcome for the first time to all of our students that have just entered the room. Are you guys enjoying Sasol Techno X? That's wonderful to hear. Were any of you guys at Stage X just now? I heard there was a lot of music playing. Were you there? Okay, we enjoyed ourselves, right? I had a lot of fun. There was some really cool music being played. Well, we're about to get into our next session for the day, okay? Now, this next session is called Steamy Heroes. And all of these Steamy Heroes are amazing people who are who are basically telling us about all the work that they've done in Steamy, as well as unpacking how they've used Steamy for social good. So, may I please, without any further ado, call up our first speaker. His name, we kick off this session with a water scientist who has 14 years of experience working within the water and sanitation sector, who also happens to be a Yale University Mandela Washington Fellow. A round of applause for Kusini Water founder, Murundeni Mafumo.
Hello, guys. Sure, wow. Come in, guys. Hi, guys. I hope you guys are well. My name is Murundeni. I come from an organization called Kusini Water. I'm very interested in knowing what some of you guys are thinking. I want to be able to also get a sense of whether what I'm talking about is exciting, interesting, and worth it for you guys. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to break up my talk into two, right? First part, I'm going to spend a few minutes just talking a little bit about what I do for a living. In the second part, I'm going to hand it over to you guys, right? So, in the next 5 minutes, prepare all the questions you can think of around, I don't know, water, science, chemistry, and then I'm going to do a little bit of a talk first, and then I'm going to get you guys to to ask questions, whatever questions that might come up. Let's have a conversation about it, all right? So, this story that I'm about to tell you now starts off with a wheelbarrow. In around 2016, I was working at a company, or at an organization called Johannesburg Water. In Johannesburg Water, I was working as what we call water scientist. A water scientist within the public sector system is someone that every day goes into a lab. And in this case, it was a research and development lab. I used to wake up every morning, go into this small little lab, and in that lab, what we were doing was to ensure that every single time someone opens their tap within the city of Johannesburg, that water is safe to drink, right? So every single day, we wake up as a group of, 20, 30 people, wake up. As soon as you open your tap, if you live within the city of Johannesburg, we ensure that that water is safe for consumption. So 4 years later, after I started that job, I went home. So I come from Limpopo. I come from a small township called Shandima in Venda. I was at home, and some of you guys might know this, but in Venda, temperatures get very, very high. So it gets very, very hot. So as I was sitting down in December underneath a mango tree, a mango fell on my head, and I had a dizzying vision. You guys know the Newton story. You got me. You got me. So as I was sitting down under a mango tree fell on my head. A mango fruit fell on my head. You guys are paying attention. A mango fruit fell on my head. As this mango tree fell on my head, I'm watching this little boy walk up pushing a wheelbarrow. As he's pushing up a wheelbarrow, he's carrying 2 jerry cans of water. And these jerry cans look something like this that you're seeing on the picture. As he pushes the wheelbarrow and he gets into my house, as he passes by, he asks us for water to drink, which was an odd thing because he's pushing water in his wheelbarrow. So I asked myself, why would this boy ask for water that he has in his wheelbarrow? And the answer to that was that if he drinks from the water that he has, he's not sure that the water is safe to drink. That's number one. Number two, he also doesn't want to drink from the water that he has because that will mean going back down to go collect the water sooner, right? So he wants to preserve this water that is collected in a wheelbarrow. At that time, I'm asking myself, I'm a scientist. I work in Johannesburg. I work in the big city. Back home, where I come from, someone has to push a wheelbarrow to go get water. My daughter, who is now 6 years old, she never has to think about water. My daughter wakes up in the morning, she opens the tap, she can brush her teeth, she can drink water. no problem. However, globally, so all over the world, 1 billion people do not have access to clean water. 1 billion people. That's the number of people that are on Facebook, by the way. 1 billion people cannot wake up every morning and open up the taps and water comes out. So why is that? There's a variety of reasons why that's the case. So number one, water access primarily is broken up into classes. So the first part of water access is that those that do have will get. So meaning that people that have money will constantly have water. Second part of that is that people that do not have money will not necessarily always have water. And the reason for that is because most of the skills that you're finding within the water engineering science is primarily targeted in the cities. So meaning that every single person that is looking at jobs within the water, within the sciences, within the engineering, wants to work in the cities. So therefore, what we need to be able to do first and foremost is, one, we need to be able to put scientists, engineers, technologists within rural areas. How do we do that? Right, so first and foremost, we need to understand that water access, right, especially in my case where I'm working within the space of water access is a local problem that needs local solutions. So therefore, as a scientist, every single day, I should be waking up and thinking to myself, what is it that I can do that will increase access to clean water for communities that do not the communities that do have, right? So how do we do that? So first and foremost, in order for you to be a water scientist, which is a very, very exciting field because you can get to give 1 billion people clean water, you can study a bunch of fields. So that one of those fields would be chemistry, like I did. So I studied chemistry at the Cape Peninsula University of Technology. When I studied chemistry, my biggest vision, especially when I was working on my third year in doing my internship, was that I could build up stuff in the lab, I could mix up stuff in the lab. The biggest challenge that we have, the biggest difference that we have is that whatever that I'm building within that lab that I'm sitting in, within the city of Cape Town, within this Johannesburg, I must translate that to the communities that I come from, the communities that we come from. So therefore, how do we do that? So at Kusini Water, we partner with young people from communities all around the country. So what that means is that we are creating a network of scientists within those places that do lack access to clean water. So every single person that you're seeing here in this picture comes from one of the communities that are representative of South Africa. There's someone from the Western Cape, there's someone from Limpopo, there's someone from Mpumalanga, there's someone from the Free State, there's someone from the Northern Cape. So at Kusini Water, the first part of our solution is to ensure that we can take the science knowledge that we have, the science knowledge that I might have built up as a scientist, and to take that to the communities that we come from. And giving that set of knowledge to people that are going to be doing this. So what we do is every single day in my organization, right, as a CEO, I'm very proud of this fact. Every single day, we have 18 million liters that we're producing, that we're giving to communities. 18 million liters every single day, right? These 18 million liters come a variety of ways. This picture that you're seeing right now, these are water champions in Limpopo. That's a spring. So what we do is we go and we give people from this rural area in Limpopo scientific, technological, and engineering training to be able to protect the spring so that the spring is not polluted, to be able to protect the spring from animals, from leaves, from contamination, and this spring then sends water to the community that these guys come from. All right? And therefore, we add a little bit of some science behind it with this by way of some sensors. So at the moment, you're able to see how much liter is flowing in each community through the sensor systems that we have developed. Right? So first part is taking the scientific knowledge that we've created within the cities and taking it to communities that we come from. And that frees up about 18 million liters per day. Second part is we need to, therefore, as an organization, create the employment within the communities that we come from. So this year, we're creating 200 jobs within South Africa, right? And thank you. One person clapped. So what that means is that within those communities that we're coming from, our organization creates the scientific knowledge, which we create in Johannesburg, translate that scientific knowledge to the communities that we operate in. That scientific knowledge creates the jobs that we need and access to clean water as well. And therefore, protecting water sources, because one of the biggest risks we have in South Africa is that South Africa is one of the world's water scarce country. How do we measure water scarcity? So water scarcity, because right now we get majority of our water from rain, as you guys must have seen, South Africa only gets half of the rain that other countries get, right? So South Africa gets about 440 millimeters of rain per year on average. Other countries get 900. So therefore, the first part of what we're supposed to do as scientists is to ensure that we can protect water in a country that is water scarce, right? Right? Are you guys still with me? Okay, great stuff. Then the second part is we add the scientific ingredients to the people and we ensure that we can bring access to clean water within the communities that we stay in. That access, that's what we do with all of that water, we take it through a purification system made from locally sourced macadamia nut shells. So we source, do you like macadamia? What are macadamia? All right, cool, I'll get to that. What are macadamia is the first question. All right, maybe we must bring a mic for, you getting a mic, don't run away from the mic. All right, so first part is we make use of waste macadamia nut shells. We make that into a carbon filter. That carbon filter then is made into a filter that removes organic material. That organic material is honestly stuff that makes the water to smell and taste bad. All right? So macadamia nut shells, when they are crushed, incinerated, they are carbonated. That carbon itself is used to absorb organics within the water. No, don't run away from the mic, it's coming. You're like, I understand. Make sense? So the first part of our system, what it does is that it uses waste macadamia that are crushed, made into a carbon. That carbon absorbs organics within the water. Those organics is what causes water to smell and taste bad. And in many cases, it's stuff that we would also look at as chlorine as well. Right? Some of you guys might have seen and you say, this water smells like a little bit like bleach. So macadamia nut shells, they remove that. Second part of that is what we call nanofibers. So nanofibers sit within this long white tube. So nanofibers, what they are 20 times smaller than the size of hair. So meaning that anything that is big, microorganisms that are bigger than 0.01 micron will be trapped there. So things like bacteria, viruses will be trapped in that organism. And then clean water goes through and we are, voila, having clean water. So the process looks something like this. This is a live picture, by the way. The green water, it's the water that was flowing last year from the KZN floods. So the green water that you're seeing right there, we brought a mobile treatment system in a trailer. We pulled the water with that green pipe. Picture on the left is the green water. Picture on the right is what we produce with our treatment system. And this guy is our guinea pig. So just make him drink all the water. And yeah, so we work with a whole bunch of organizations, and these organizations are the ones that make sure that we can convert those two stages, everybody that we work with, to produce clean water in all the communities that we work in. So we work with like Coke, hopefully with Sasol, Coke. We work with BEFSA, and we work with all these organizations that are trying to bring access to clean water. So if anything should be taken away from today's conversation is, number one, local problems that we face in our communities will be solved by local people. Local solutions to local challenges. Local solutions to local challenges. Within the African context, you guys are the solution to all of the problems that we're facing. She's happy. Clap for yourselves. So the first part of my conversation today is the wheelbarrow local problems will be solved through someone from those communities, through the scientific knowledge that you guys yourselves are going to be developing over the next 10 years, over the next 15 years, solving the problems that you're seeing in your communities. It just so happens for me that I'm in the water space, and you're going to be hearing amazing things from amazing people in different spaces, right? So you guys, I'm from Venda. I am from deep rural Venda. First 5 years of my life, we didn't have electricity in my house, right? First 5 years of my life, we lived in a hut, a mud house, right? So we didn't have anything. So I didn't come from money. My mother was 19 years old when she had me. So every single thing that we're working in right now, my organization, 200 jobs, 18 million liters of water being created, was not because of anything else, but really just sheer work that we've put into solving the problems that we're seeing in our communities every single day. So therefore, I would encourage you guys to ask me as many questions, to think about what you are going to be solving in your communities. Because why? Local solutions to local problems. And I believe in you guys, and I know for a fact that with the future, with where you guys are, the country, our future, is very safe. Thank you. Yeah, depending on how much time I've got, just the amount of time I have for Q&A. I don't know what that means.
Let's give it up for him one more time.
Thank you.
Don't run away from me. Does anybody have questions for him? Please don't run away.
I thought my time was up.
No, we'd love to hear more from you. So we have a mic over here. Where was the question? Do you have any questions on this side of the room? Okay, there's our other question. How, you put your hand up, darling. Oh. Yes, you can ask a question and tell us your name.
Tapisho. Hi. Okay. You speak about water scarcity, but it's a known fact that the world is covered by more water than land. So why is it difficult to just purify that water into pure water?
Very good question. 70% of our planet is covered in water. Out of that 70%, only 1% is fresh water. So meaning that the rest is seawater, or is covered in, it's on the ground or in ice. So therefore, why do we not convert the majority of the seawater that we have? First biggest challenge is removing salt from water. That process is called desalination. So desalinating water, we need I don't want to get too technical. We need a high pressure driven membrane. That membrane is called reverse osmosis. What that reverse osmosis system does is that you apply big pressure on a membrane, so on a fine material. As you apply that big pressure, salt is being squeezed out from that water, right? So therefore what you're getting is, on the one side, salt is coming out on this side, and clean water is going out on that side. That process takes a lot of energy. And you know we've got an energy insecurity in our country right now. So the second question, therefore, is, are there better ways of using energy? So can we recover some of the energy and use it in the purification system? So what we're doing internally is we're making smaller scale desalination systems that have solar panels on top, right? So solar energy can reduce that by a little bit. But right now it's just way, way too expensive that no one is prepared to pay for the water that has been desalinated. It's going to happen, but it's just going to take a little bit of time.
Okay, thank you. Our next question is over there.
A lot of questions.
Please stand up and tell us your name as well.
My name is Tabele Muloy. I'm from Lihuto Primary School. Why do you use solar system at Kusini Water Facility?
Yeah, that one is quite simple for us. Number one, in the country that we're in, energy is a huge challenge. So as we know, Eskom there's not always the availability of electricity. And obviously we've got a big, powerful nuclear reactor called the sun up there that we can tap into. So our solar systems, or the solar panels that we put into our systems, we harvest as little energy as we possibly can because we can't harvest a lot. And that allows us to run our treatment systems. The secret sauce, so we've got 4 patents at Kusini, right? You guys know what patents are, right? All right, so we've got 4 patents. So our secret sauce is that we do this thing called low pressure water purification. So meaning that, as you saw on the previous picture, the tank sits at the top, the water flows down using as little electricity as possible because it's gravity, and it goes through the system, and then we use the solar power just to get the pumps and some of these things to be running. That allows us to reduce our cost of production by solar, but also it helps us to save the environment and also not be too reliant on Eskom. Sorry to Eskom if you're here.
Okay, we're going to take 2 more questions. So this one, and then, now there's 3 hands that have just got up. Say, please choose one of them.
Hi everyone, I'm Fafana Khaled and I'm an electrical student. My question is, what are the threats to water in the future and what is South Africa doing about the water crisis?
What are the threats to water in the future?
Sure. Look, right now, as you guys have seen, the biggest challenge that climate change is causing is that South Africa, we're getting less and less rain, right? But when it comes, it's coming too much at the same time. So we're getting too many floods as a result. So floods are not a good thing because it's not like we're just getting water because we can't collect it. It washes away also the infrastructure. So the first big challenge, even the Minister of Water Affairs has identified this, is the climate change issue, climate change challenge. So climate change is making our water sources to be drier than they're supposed to be. Rain patterns are also different, so meaning that there's too much rain falling at the same time when it's supposed to be falling. So therefore, how do we manage, as you guys might know, we've got 10 billion boreholes that are being dug. Every single household that can afford it is digging boreholes. That's another huge risk that we're going to be facing where everyone is just digging their own borehole and it's not being managed well enough. So climate change is going to be a big problem. Number 2, water abstraction without necessarily control is going to be another big challenge. And also water contamination. So meaning that we've got rivers that are flowing through all of our communities and people are throwing diapers, sanitary pads into those rivers with that flow through our communities, and that poses a huge risk in our water system. So therefore, I would encourage you guys also, go and educate all of our people and everyone within our communities not to throw sanitary pads and nappies within our river system or anywhere close, because that's going to affect us in the very, very long run.
Yes. And our final question.
My name is Daruj. There's a lot of pollution in the air, and which causes carbon and stuff, which causes acid rain as well. So would you clean acid rain just as you clean other water, or is there a different process for that?
Yeah, very, very different process. We also don't get a lot of acid rain per se, but very, very different process. Very interesting thought. I've never thought about harvesting acid rain. On Table Mountain right now, if you guys go up to Table Mountain, you'll see the harvesting. You see Table Mountain normally would get clouds that gather on top.
Yes.
Right? So that clouds essentially represent water dew, right? So like water vapors. So on Table Mountain, they're actually collecting the water vapors that are within the cloud that form on Table Mountain. And that water vapor is forming part of the water that people are getting in Cape Town, which I think is quite cool as well. Acid rain, not so much. We don't really get a lot. And it's a very, very different set of technology.
Okay, so that means it needs a new solution, which means they have jobs to do. They have to now come up with the solutions for that.
Both acid rain and acid mine drainage.
Ooh, okay. So at least now you've asked your question, you've also got a follow-up, which you need to now go and do some research on maybe, and that's probably a problem that you can solve. Can we please give it up for him one last time?
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
I'm really enjoying this session. Social good is something that is really close to my heart, and it's really awesome to see how our speakers are using innovative ideas to bring STEAMY into the social good space. And our next speaker is doing exactly that. So please help me give a very, very warm welcome to Lerato Nyokong, who is a process engineer at Sasol.
Hey everybody! Wow, no. That's not the energy I gave you. Hi, everybody. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So, my name is Lerato. I'm a process engineer at Cecil. Can you see the hard hat? What does a process engineer do? Hey. What's a process? I'm gonna ask your teacher. Huh? They don't know what a process is. Does anyone know what a process engineer does? Or what I studied, at least, to become a process engineer? No one. Okay, so I'm here to educate you. No way, I didn't study industrial. Chemical engineering. I did chemical engineering, guys. So I'm a process engineer. So what I do is we take raw material and we process it. That's where the process comes from. And we make it into valuable products. What does Sasol do? What products do we do? What products do we do? Guys, there's a Sasol village that you just went to. What do we do? Oh, there. We've got somebody there who knows what someone here knows what Sasol does.
You do petrol.
We do petrol. We do petrol, guys. What else do we do? Oh, there's two hands that side. They also know what we do. Oh, okay. There's a lot of hands now. Gases. Coal. We do coal. Wait, I'll answer that. Let me first Thank you for that. Diesel.
Petroleum jelly.
Petroleum jelly. Oil. Wow, okay. Interesting. Yeah, no, you're right. We do diesel. Got you. One more. Candles. Wait. Okay, thank you. Okay, let me answer. So we don't do candles, but we do wax that they use for candles. So Sasol has a whole lot of products. We've got petrol, we've got diesel, we've got waxes, we've got chemicals. Hey, we're busy. We're busy, guys. Right? So Sasol has two types of process engineers. We've got your plant process engineer, and then we've got your process design engineer. So I've worked for both. I've worked as a plant engineer, and I've worked right now I'm a process design engineer. So what we do in design, they give us an idea and like, okay, we want you to produce 500 liters of petrol. Come up with a process. Now I have to sit down and think, okay, I need pumps, I need this, and I need that, and I need to do a whole structure that you see outside here on the Sasolburg site. So that's what I do as a design engineer. The plant engineer, they maintain that site. So they work on the actual plant. They are the ones who make sure that daily we are on spec, you get the right petrol, the waxes, our customers get what they need, right? But now we're going into a sustainable future. He said we don't produce coal, but we do use coal to make petrol. But now we've got greenhouse gases. Somebody said acid rain, and I was like, oh my gosh, greenhouse gases. But Sasol has an initiative. By 2050, we need to be zero net GHG. 2050, guess who will be there? I won't be there. You'll be there. You guys will be working to make sure that there's no greenhouse gases. So that innovation is on your side. Can somebody tell me what kind of feedstock we need to make sure that we have net zero? My matrix, ne? High school. You guys? High school. Grade? Oh, grade 11. Oh, my grade 11s. Science. Greenhouse, come on. Give me. She goes, ma'am, answer, ma'am. Ma'am, you have to answer. We don't know. She says her ma'am is throwing her under the bus. Oh my gosh, wow. Somebody's getting detention. Okay, so nobody knows. No one knows. Greenhouse, green. Okay, what do I mean by green? Let's start there. What do I mean by green? Plants. Yes, nice one, plants. So we're using something that would not give off carbon. Carbon dioxide. Because that's what's messing us up right now, right? Carbon dioxide emissions. That's what we're trying to reduce. So as SASOL, we're trying to reduce our carbon dioxide emissions. So we need a feedstock that does not have carbon dioxide. So we need to use some, anybody? Plants, yeah, no. Plants, biomass, basically. Right, you guys know, I don't know if the primary guys know biomass. Do you guys know? No, you don't. Okay, you'll learn about it, don't worry. I'm not teaching you now what biomass is. But what I'm saying is, guys, you are the future that's gonna be standing here where I am right now and telling the others that we did 0 emissions. We are SASOL at 2050 with 0 emissions. Right? Is anybody want to be an engineer here? Wow, I love it. How many of you? Give me your hands. Oh, lovely. My grade 11s. Grade 11s? Only one of you. Only one. Well, 2 of you. Oh, nice. I love it. Which engineering do you want to guys do? Civil. Oh, nice. Yay. Mechanical. No chemical. I haven't convinced anyone that they want. You want to? Which one do you want to be? The process engineer does. Didn't I answer that? I didn't answer. I didn't answer what a process
engineering. They transform raw material into valuable everyday products.
Yes, that's what.
I wanna be chemical engineering.
Yes, girl, where are you? I can't see you. Where are you? Yeah, I've got one. I've convinced. Yes, I've done my job. She'll be taking my job. She'll be the one taking my job. So guys, on a serious note, SASOL is doing a lot of work to do this. Also part of SASOL Foundation. Who knows SASOL Foundation? Grade 11s, do you know SASOL Foundation? You don't know SASOL Foundation? I'm sad, guys. The reason why you're at TechnoX is because of SASOL Foundation. Wow, okay. Anyway, there's the SASOL Foundation bursary. So SASOL's got 2 bursaries, right? The SASOL Corporate, the one that closed, and now we have the SASOL Foundation bursary. Ma'am, please tell your grade 12s. It's closing on Monday. Yes, it's closing on Monday on the 21st. I'm surprised you don't know, but I'm telling them now. Guys, okay, I'm telling you now. You have, today's Thursday, Monday it's closing. Get your applications in, guys. Yes. So, SASOL Foundation comes into the community and does what we're doing now, letting you guys know that we are around. We are here to help you, right? I also work with another foundation. It's called Hudisanang Youth Empowering Foundation. Work in the rural areas. We take information about bursaries, about careers, about any. So in the rural areas mostly that we work, children are not exposed to what we have here. So I go there and I tell them that we've got careers in STEAMI. We've got careers you can apply. I help them apply for higher education. And also to tell them about Sasol Foundation. I'm shocked you guys don't know. But okay, that's my story, guys. Any questions? I think my time is up. It was up a long time ago, but... Oh, question.
Ma'am, can you please tell us how to ensure that there is zero emission for Sasol? How do you ensure that?
Okay, so we are working towards getting to zero emission, but it's all about feedstock. What are we feeding into? We're trying to phase ourselves out of coal and natural gas and going into more sustainable feedstocks. Yeah, trying to go green. Yay, that's it. Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
I want to ask, which school do we need to apply? University to do chemical engineering.
Oh, okay, so, I didn't say, I did mine at Wits. So I went to Wits University, but you can go to any university. UCT has it, Stellenbosch, Pretoria. Actually, chemical engineering is everywhere, guys. If you want to be an engineer, you'll go to the universities. And then we've got what we call in Sasol technologists that we will do at a University of Technology. And then we've got artisans that you go to a TVET college. But chemical engineering is in all of them. Oh, okay. Your time was up, guys.
Greeting everyone, ma'am.
Hi.
Thank you so much for giving me this chance. Oh, I want to ask how to do gas.
How do you do gas?
Yes.
What a broad question. How do we do gas? Which gas?
Gas.
Oh, you mean LPG? Oh, I have no idea. That's a different line of work that I do. I don't know how to do LPG. Yes. Oh, you haven't. There's another one here. My grade 11s here who don't know biomass are here.
Ma'am, you said we want coal to make petrol, right?
Yes, we use
But
coal.
isn't the coal what the car needs? Doesn't that mean you have to change the car as well, like the design of the car?
Yes. So we are working with. So we are not in industry. We don't work isolated. So when we're saying we need to go into green technology, the cars are also moving into green. I mean, you know, they're going into electrical. Now we've got electrical cars. What's the point of?
Making petrol.
For now, because we've got cars that use petrol.
But I don't think
I understand what you're getting at. I know what you're getting at. That's why we as Sasol are trying to move towards getting greener petrol.
For greener cars.
Yes. So the cars are also moving. So the cars are not, the car manufacturers are not also just doing cars. They're also moving towards green technology. That's why I'm saying we don't work as an isolated industry. Everybody works together. Yeah.
So what will be the points of Sasol then if we're going to have electrical cars? Why would you guys still produce
Oh, do you know
petrol?
Sasol? We also make our own electricity.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, we have steam stations that make. We and Eskom, we talk to each other.
Okay.
We do. Yeah, we do everything at Sasol. I think somebody needs to come next after me. So many questions. One last question. Eh? Where's the mic?
Okay, my name is Bali. Oh,
Hi,
sorry
Bali.
for my bad manners. Hello.
Hi.
I want to ask, how do you guys make petrol, since you guys make petrol? Because literally it's oil. Where does oil come from? How do you make petrol?
It's a process. Sasol has, I need you to go and read up on that one, because that's a whole process. It's called Fischer Tropsch. the Fisher Trough process. It's specifically to Cecil. Please go and read up on it. Fisher Trough. That will tell you how we make petrol. It's a long process. I can't explain it now. Okay, thank you so much, everybody. So we're gonna apply for the Sasol Foundation bursary, right? Yeah. Thank you.
Hi again, guys. So I wanted to introduce you guys to my co-youth MC. Her name is Ritabile. Do you want to greet everybody and just tell them a little bit about yourself?
Hi, everybody. Hi. I'm Ritabile from City Secondary School, doing my grade 9, and on my extra time, I enjoy singing, because I know how to sing.
Yes. Do you want her to sing for you a little bit? Okay, wait. We have to make a deal though, okay? Unfortunately, it's time for you guys to rotate and go out, okay? You can see one of the classes has already gone out. So, while your buddies are leading you out and our next group is coming in, Ritabile is going to sing for us. So you're not going to be sitting down and comfy. You'll be quietly leaving the room, but you're still going to hear her singing. Is that a good enough deal? Is that a good enough deal? Okay, buddies, can we please get that underway? Please grace us with the song. I'll be your backup dancer.
What's going on that beautiful mind? I'm on your magical mystery ride. And I'm so dizzy, don't know what hit me, but I'd be alright. My head's underwater, but I'm breathing fine. You're crazy and I'm out of my mind, 'cause all of me loves all of you. Love your curves and all your edges, all your perfect imperfections. Give your all to me, I give my all to you. You're my end and my beginning. Even when I lose, I'm winning, 'cause I give you all of you. Oh.
High five. You killed it. Okay, we're gonna go sit down. We're just waiting a few minutes for the next group of kids to come in, and then we're gonna carry on with the rest of our speakers.
everyone. Good morning. Is it still morning? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. My name is Zandile Mkhwanazi, and I am one of the co-founders and CEO of a nonprofit organization called Girl Code. So I'll be talking a lot about girls, but I don't want the boys to feel left out or intimidated. Before I get into it, I think let me give you a bit about my background. I studied computational and applied mathematics at WITS. So how many of you guys love maths? Nice, yes, awesome. Okay, so my talk really is to convince you to get into technology, more specifically coding. And my talk is really centered around empowering tomorrow's innovators, which is you guys, and specifically fostering growth and confidence amongst young girls and women in the technology space. So, quick question, and by the way, I've got a tablet and headphones that I'm going to give away to people that are participating. So please, pay attention. The tablet is right there. You're gonna get it now. So I'm sure over the past couple of days, you've heard a lot about technology, you've heard about coding, but does anybody know what coding is? Can you give me a quick definition? And don't read it, because I already went there. Who had their hand up? Okay.
Coding is when you tell a computer what to do and it follows your instructions.
That's perfect. I hope you didn't read it from there, but that's exactly what coding is. Coding is giving a computer a set of instructions, and you do this through different programming languages. Just like we have English, we have Sotho, Zulu, and whatnot, there's different programming languages that a computer can understand. Bonus question, does anybody know a programming language? Okay, we've got someone here. Yeah? Okay, Scratch. Yes, I'll give you points for that. So Scratch is visual-based, and it's really for, an introduction into the coding world without getting really too technical. Some of the programming languages are Java, if you've heard of that, C#, C++, and I don't want to get too technical, but this is, a world that is taking over every single industry. And so it's important for you guys at this age to really start learning, and Scratch is an excellent tool for that. So one of the things that I found that stop, especially girls, from getting into the technology space is comments like, coding is for boys. So raise up your hand if you've heard any of these. Girls aren't naturally good at math and science, right? Coding is too hard for you. You should focus on something more feminine and not STEM, which is science, technology, engineering, and maths. And so growing up as girls, we encouraged to be in the kitchen, to play with our Barbie dolls, and whenever you try and do something that's technical, either your parents or your friends will be like, that's too hard, or that's not for girls. Girls should be pretty and shouldn't get in the mud and shouldn't play with things. And we've seen, especially in my work, that has discouraged a lot of girls from even thinking that they are capable of being in the technology space. So why is coding important? And by the way, all these pictures, I wanted to use pictures from some of our coding classes, which I'll talk about a bit later on. So think about the gadgets that you use every day, right? I'm sure a lot of you have smartphones. If you don't have a phone yourself, I'm sure at home you've got, parents that has a smartphone. On it, there's various apps, websites, online stuff that you use. Think about Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp, TikTok, which is very popular right now. All of these were once an idea that somebody had, right? And that means that you guys sitting here today, you are capable of having an idea and turning it into an app that millions of people around the world can use. There is absolutely nothing stopping you from doing that. And all you have to do is learn how to code. So coding gives you the ability to create things like apps, like I've said. It opens up diverse careers, right? So the thing is, you don't have to be a software developer, but coding and technology is going to be a part of every single industry. Let me give you an example. So my mother, she's a nurse. She works at the hospital. She's worked there 30, 40 years. And now she has to go to a robotics class. Right? And you might think, nurse, robotics. And the thing is, the hospital has introduced a robotics arm that will be operating on people. So she needs to learn how to use that robot and assist the doctor in operating. So you might be thinking, I'm going to go into accounting, I'm going to be a nurse, I'm going to be a doctor, I don't need to learn all of the stuff. But this just shows that technology and coding is going to be a part of every single industry in the future. So why do we need more girls and women in the tech space? You might be asking yourself, why not leave it to the boys? And my thing is, it's too important of an industry to leave it to just the boys. We need young girls and women, such as yourself in the room, to be part of creating the solutions that we'll be using every single day. Think about it. Every day, you've got your phone, you're probably using an alarm, you're using all these apps, and if we're just saying that only boys and men must create these things, then it means we're not gonna get to solve for problems that are unique to us as women. We have a lot of problems, I'm sure. And the thing is, when you're a girl or a woman, you see things differently. So immediately that means that when you're in a room where an app being developed, you can be like, hold on, that's not how we do things. That's not like how I've experienced life. So this app needs to be developed in a way that also accommodates us as women. Think about cell phones. Now they're creating all those huge cell phones. I'm sure that's men that are creating those cell phones. Because my pockets are not big enough. If you think about your clothes, they don't fit those huge cell phones. Men have those pockets in here that fit it. If you think about our hands, most girls' hands are small, or women in general. So that phone doesn't fit. When they were testing it on men. And that's why they can hold that cell phone. So that is some of the reasons why it's important to have young girls and women in these rooms. There's a huge gap, a gender gap in the technology space. And the thing is, you can fill that gap. You have the capability to imagine things that we need in this world as women and men. And you know what? Girls can code too. Forget about the myths and people telling you that math is hard, science is hard, it's not for girls, go be pretty. You are capable, right? Talent is distributed equally. Nobody is born more intelligent than the next person. It's all about opportunities. And we at Girl Code exist to make sure that we are giving opportunities to young girls to be able to create these solutions. So how do you get started? You might be asking yourselves. I've talked about coding and how important it is, and you're probably thinking, okay, I'm gonna go home and then what? So we've got coding clubs that we run across the country. We run them online as well. So you can visit our website at girlcode.co.za. You can go home and learn online. She talked about it, which is Scratch. It's online and offline, so you can download it, you can get it on your cell phone or on the tablet I'm gonna give away and start learning how to code. Another good website is code.org. So my thing is representation matters. When you see young women that look like you, that come from your communities and are creating all these apps, so these are some of our Girl Coders, and they're creating amazing technology, then I believe that will let you know that you are capable of doing it too. Right? We're so used to seeing, especially in movies and series, men, and especially wearing hoodies in a dark space and some numbers on the TV, and you're thinking that's what a coder looks like. But I'm here to tell you that a coder looks like me, right? It looks like all of these women, and a coder looks like all of you that are in this room. So I hope with this presentation that I was able to convince you that coding is a space you can get into, because I believe that we need more young girls and women in the space, and I can't wait to see all the amazing things that you're going to do in the future. Thank you. So quickly, I'm going to take maybe 2 questions, 3, and depending on the quality of the question, one person is going to get a tablet, and the other person is going to get headphones. So you can ask. And they're real, guys, so here's the headphones, here's the tablet.
Hi.
Hello.
You say you talk about like getting more women, ladies into the coding industry and everything like that. But you know that it's actually difficult. So what is your prediction that like how long do you think it would actually take like more women to get into that industry? Because there might be more women in this world, but then there's more stereotypes that actually like the ladies might like we are more sensitive to people's words and sayings that it just sometimes demotivates us.
100%. That's an excellent question. If no one comes up with a better question, you might just win yourself a tablet. So in terms of how long it might take, I mean, there's over 100 years to gender equality, right? The World Economic Forum said that. But I believe that if we start having more of these conversations, especially at a young age and at primary, if anybody's in primary, then we can get there quicker and faster. I showed you a picture of all the girls that are part of Girl Code, and if each one of them can go back to their hometown and start bringing another girl and say, this is what I do, this is the technology space, then we can get there a lot faster. So thank you for your question.
What personally inspired you to become a coder, and who was your encouragement?
That's also an excellent question. So when I started my career, right, I was working for a tech company, and there was 3 girls and over 20 guys. And I thought to myself, this can't be right. Like, where are the girls? Where are the women? And that, propelled me to start Girl Code. And that's another important thing, right? You can start something. If you see a problem, you don't have to wait for somebody else to start it. You can start it yourself. But I've always loved maths. I've always loved technology. And so this is the space I thought I could, through like sitting on a computer, I could really change people's lives. So thank you for that. And last question. Is the mic? Oh.
Do you need CAT and IT to do coding?
Yes and no. So it's a good foundation because you're doing it at school. By the time you get to varsity, you already have the basics, right? So it's an advantage. But what you're learning at school is probably not going to be what you need in the industry because it changes so fast. Technology is forever changing, so you have to keep up with the new programming languages that the world is using. It's like now how we have to learn Mandarin because that's taking over the world. So in technology, the programming language always changes. Yeah.
So what do you think we can do? Because, for example, in my school, I think for IT, it's probably like the last year because I don't think people are motivated to join IT and CAT classes, something like that. So what do you think we can do to help encourage, especially us as girls, to go under that industry?
Yeah, so that's something I'm very passionate about, going into schools, talking to girls, showing them, right? So you can talk to somebody and you'll be motivated for 2 seconds. You get home, you're like, that's not what I want to do. So I think having more programs that actually show you what you can do outside of academics, right? Something that's fun, like our coding clubs. They're fun, they're on the weekend, you get to learn with other girls across the country. So more of that, I think, will help.
Okay, last one.
Okay.
Are there any fundings or bursaries for coding and
There's a lot. So a lot of companies are definitely giving out bursaries to go study IT at university, and maybe catch me afterwards and I'll share some of them. Yeah. So guys, that is my time. Thank you. I have to give out, I wish I had 3 now, I feel bad. So because you were brave and asked first, I'll give you the tablet. And then because you asked so many questions, I'll give you the headphones. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that amazing presentation, and we really hope more girls get into IT and work with coding and programming. Our final speaker for today is the co-founding member of Divyare. At 20 years in ICT, he's a proficient leader who's committed to inspiring and fostering new business models. Here is Lubabalo Giatle.
Hi everyone, that's Lubabalo Giatle, and the name of the company is Deviare. It's Latin translation to deviate, to change course. I saw there's a new group that came in just now. Just by show of hands, how many of you guys are still in primary school? No? No one, everyone in high school? Any matriculants and grade 11s? Wow, great. How many of you guys at school have career guidance in your classes? Not too many? Okay, who wants to be a doctor? Jeez. I saw in the previous group there were a lot of chemical engineers. Anyone who wants to be a chemical engineer? Not quite. Software engineer? A data scientist? Data scientists, I saw 2. Do you know what a data scientist does? So there's a fascinating study that's been done by the Human Science Research Council. And funny enough, this study was done in my town, where I grew up. And Uzimi did this study. It's a field study talking about career guidance. And the problem with most of career guidance, or most of our schools where we come from, because we come from communities, is that we don't get the best advice, we don't get the best exposure in terms of what are the careers that are coming up, and therefore it becomes insurmountably difficult for us to penetrate the new world of work, and it becomes difficult to understand things such as coding and how coding can be applied in our daily lives. So this was a fascinating study because for me it resonated with where I come from. I come from a rural village, Engcobo, a place in the Eastern Cape. My house is somewhere there in between where I grew up. But I soon was fascinated about being my parents wanting me to become a doctor. That my next best thing, I wanted to become a pharmacist. So I went to Rhodes University, applied and I got in, and after 2 weeks, I changed into commerce. I said I would never enjoy wearing a coat every afternoon to go mix chemicals. So that was not for me. So I ended up in commerce. I saw these great people who had, great ambitions of becoming bankers and economists. So I went for the economics degree. When I finished, I was hoping to walk into a banking environment, and I ended up in an IT business. I ended up at Dimension Data. For those who know Data, at some point when I was there, it was employing over 50,000 employees, and it was a founded company here in South Africa. I worked for 15 years, 9 months. I started in 2002, and I left in beginning of 2017. So I spent almost more time than I spent in high school in that company. I learned a hell of a lot. But I ended up in technology. I never thought in my life I would ever be in technology business. And that's where I found my passion for technology and its reasons why it can change so many things. Not for myself alone, but for where we come from. I then in 2017, I started this company, Devier, with my business partner, Baxolile Mabinya. And our primary purpose was really, how do we empower the industries that are changing, that are being disrupted by digital technologies across the world? Everyone is calling it digital transformation today, but how do we keep people capacitated, giving them the right capabilities and skills in order for them to turn those industries and bring new things and products and services in those industries? And our focus is the continent. So we started with this vision that we think Africa can really change the entire world. So if you look what's happening in the global world now, everyone is storming and wanting to be in Africa. You heard about the talks about water science. All resources around the world are going to converge into Africa. So we think technology has a big play in that. So we started the company, we built the platform, because we think a platform is the best way that can connect a lot of people at scale, right? That's why when you build an app, you want to get it to as many people as possible. That's why Uber built their own platform in order to connect as many drivers and many passengers as possible, because its ability to scale. But how you do that, you need software engineers that are actually going to build this platform in order to connect as many people. Ours is centered on how companies and people can build their own capabilities and skills. So ours is about investing in talent, all digital talent. So don't think digital talent is IT. Digital talent is definitely not IT. It touches all parts of the business. You would have heard about water, you would have heard about chemicals, you would have heard about the food industry, you would have heard about fashion industry. All digital touches all industries, and ours is to help those industries survive and thrive. These are the kind of companies that we work with. So and probably some of you want to work in some of these companies. So we help these companies build new age talent. This is you guys with new skills that are going to be working in some of these companies. And this is not an exhaustive list, but this is the kind of companies that we collaborate with. So I talked about how do we take our learning platform and bring it back to Engcobo, bring it back to the village and make sure everybody, irrespective of your background, irrespective of whether at home you've got money or not, whether you've got connectivity, whether you don't have money at home, how do we make this technology easily accessible and freely accessible? So that's our obsession. And that's why today it is our aim to ensure that we work with some of the best companies and partner with some of the best companies to ensure we can provide the services to people. We don't think there's one silver bullet to solve this. There's an ecosystem approach. You've got to think about, when I was driving here this morning, one of the articles that popped up on my phone was, do you know a company called AWS? Anybody? Amazon Web Services. Never heard of it. Ever heard of a company called Amazon? Yeah? What do they do? Right? So they've got a technology arm, Amazon Services, Amazon Web Services, they've got a technology arm. They are the leading tech and cloud provider in the world with Microsoft and Google. So what cloud is almost, if you've heard about data centers and where your computing power comes from, where your photos are stored, where all the computing power in the world is actually aggregated together. That's what cloud computing is. It's one of the biggest companies. For the next 2 years, they're committing to over 60,000 young people that they're going to be training in this new technology. Every company, even Sasol today, probably has the biggest cloud team in the country, and they need cloud engineers. They need cloud specialists. They need cloud administrators. So all of this, we've got to pull these things together and find a mechanism of finding a solution. education has evolved. Everyone is in the classroom today. Has anybody here taken an online course? Somebody? Yeah? You guys haven't had an opportunity to take an online course? The world is moving so fast. To learn coding, you've got to be, so if you go on YouTube today, stop watching the other stuff, watch the video and online learning about what is happening around coding. A lot of people are doing TikTok. Lots of people that are starting businesses are going to YouTube and understanding what is happening in the world around technology. So the world of education has evolved. So there's 3 levels of learning. There's what physical learning, which we are experiencing today. E-learning in the middle, and we saw how physical learning was disrupted by COVID. What happened when we were in COVID? Stayed at home. And the schools that had online e-learning were? And they were ahead of everybody. So e-learning has got to be part of the curriculum, no matter what. But how do we get it to Engcobo? That is the question. Now, in the classroom, you have a teacher. You've got to finish a textbook. If you're doing physics, you also go have a lab, right? And you've got an instructor. You've got someone who comes and listens when your teacher comes and listens when things don't come right and coaches you. In e-learning, that doesn't happen because all you are watching is a video. Platform-driven learning is integrating video content, live classes, having mentors, having a dedicated teacher to encourage you and make you a well-rounded and help you with a well-rounded skill in a particular domain. And that is very important. So the world of learning has fundamentally changed. And we are advocating and we've built a platform that provides this kind of learning. And we're delivering this online and Engcobo, in Polokwane, Bushbuck Ridge, in the Eastern Cape of Gqeberha. In the Free State, we are actually launching a new program of cloud computing and data science using platform-driven learning. So ours is to help you guys to launch your careers or your first-time careers using our digital platform. And this we are doing with Sasol today, so I'm not talking about things. We are doing this work currently under the Bridge to Work program, under Business Digital Services. So Devier is working with Sasol and have partnered, and we've identified around 90 young people that we are going to train in key streams, which I'll talk about just now. So what we've done, we focused on communities. So we've got Sasolburg here, we've got Secunda, where we're targeting young people in Secunda, and the other one, obviously, is in Witbank. So all these 3 areas, we've gone out and looked for young people, and we are solving for infrastructure, we're solving for how we find them, training, and how we connect them to the world of work and work opportunities. From an infrastructure point of view, we've converted a shipping container and converted it into an off-grid mobile classroom. And today, in that mobile classroom, we can fit about 15 to 16 young people that participate and do their entire learning. So we can give the same learning of a child that is sitting in Uganda, the same experience with someone who's sitting in Secunda. And once they finish their training, we have something called a virtual apprenticeship, which connects you to a partner or a company in Kenya, a company in Europe, a company in India, where you do your practical work as part of your program so that you can have a little bit of experience and understanding of how the work that you've learned really applies. So this is the kind of work that we're doing, and we are getting to all the remote regions across the country. So this work we are doing with Sasol as we speak. We do recruitment, so everybody, right in the beginning, if you don't understand yourself, it's difficult to know where likely you would like to go. So some of the things that we do in our recruitment, we do assessments that give you an indication from a career guidance in terms of where would you like to go and what opportunities are available for you. So those are things that we do here. I mean, we had about 2,000 applications for 90 spots, 2,100 applications for 90 spots. And we had to get the best out of the best individuals to get into our programs. we had about 60% were female, which is a good thing. I think for Women's Month, it's a commendable thing. So we're seeing a lot of girls who are applying for these new opportunities that are in technology space. I mean, just to look at more further stats in terms of, what we were able to, so you look at Secunda, there were 1,488 applications. Sasolburg, 465, Witbank, 145. From a training point of view, I talked about platform-driven learning. This is the model that we are after, because you integrate the theory element with the practical aspects of making sure that people, when they finish learning, they understand what they're doing, which is a very important thing. Never in your life believe that technology or digital skills are only about technology, which I spoke about cloud. Even marketing, when you talk about how understanding the customer experience and improving customer experience, digital skills are also important in areas such as product design. We talk about STEAMI today. So how do you make sure that the user experience, when you click, you saw now, who uses Twitter? Yeah? No? Instagram? So what happens when you start scrolling? That is called the user interface and the user experience. There are engineers that do user experience design. She talked about holding a phone. How do you design that so that it's a working and the user experience is actually managed more effectively? So there are lots of courses that we do. So this is a range of things that we cover in terms of what we do as a business. Now, if you look at the streams for Sasol, we're doing a stream for data science, a stream for artificial intelligence, software development, and drone piloting. And I'm happy to say the drone pilot guys have already done and have received their license already, and they're going to the next cycle of the stream. The guys are going to be finishing, all the other streams are going to be finishing between August and September, which is very, very good. Now, you may not understand everything. Who understands Python? I saw a lot of people had their hands up with, what is Python? Coding language, 100%. So you see, when you do data science, we do lots of science around data itself. How do we program the data? So artificial intelligence, today you're using generative AI, which is ChatGPT. The people that make that stuff do that kind of work, and you've got to start there. So these are programs that we are offering to young people. In our programs, you need to be post-matric, and particularly for these programs, we are prioritizing mathematics as a prerequisite. So you need to complete your mathematics. So if you're still in grade 9 and you still need to try and pick pure maths if you can, because it makes your life a lot easier to take these kind of programs, and that's very, very important. Once they complete their training, they get into what we call the impact streams. There are 3 impact streams. One is a global startup. Now, global startup, we've got a network of companies globally where we're going to connect you to similar companies. If you've got an idea, we want to connect you to similar companies that are in Europe, the US, and even in India. India is most technology advanced, one of the most technology advanced countries. So we are going to go through that stream. There's a stream for local SMEs. You might be someone who wants to set up their business to stimulate their own local environment, and you'll get into that stream. And thirdly, there's an employment stream. Those we are going to connect with the kind of companies that I showed you earlier, and we are going to connect them to the employment stream. And the whole idea, we've already used a structured model to get them 18 candidates in the global startup. We have about 30 that are going to the SME stream and 42 that are going to the employment stream. So that is already happening. So there's work that is happening, and it's all happening in those containers. I spoke about the virtual global apprenticeship. This is something that is amazing. I've got companies calling me in the UK. In the UK, to do data analysis is so expensive. It's cheaper to get those data analysts in South Africa. We cannot produce them quick enough or fast enough. So that is a challenge that we have. So the more we can get data scientists, data analysts, artificial intelligence practitioners, the better the opportunity globally. And you could be sitting at home doing this kind of work. That's the next era. And this wouldn't have been possible without our partners, of course. Working with Sasol has been incredibly amazing. I know some of my Sasol colleagues that are here, but we really want to come back in the next 6 months, and we're going to report at least 90% of our learners who are complete and connected to real work opportunities. And I hope that I'm going to be reaching and getting into your communities, and when you see Devier, we are built to democratize and really open up the opportunity for everyone and give you the best digital skills that are competitive in the world. Thank you very much. That's my...
Thank you very much, Mr. Gangi. What I appreciate about your talk is the fact that you've given us practical things and you've showed us what getting into this industry is like. Now, at the beginning, he asked for a show of hands of who wanted to go and become doctors, right? And we had a healthy amount of hands coming up. But then when he asked about tech and engineering and all of that, wasn't that many people. I want to see, by a show of hands, now that he's actually shown you what the possibilities are in the world of tech, who's interested in now entering the tech space? Because he's shown you what kind of jobs you can get into. So just put your hand up if you're interested in it after hearing that talk. Okay, so we have a little bit more, slightly more than before. Well, I want to ask you guys that as you go around TechnoX, you just pay attention to the tech side of things so that, hopefully we can convert you over to that side. Now, we've got some questions for you from people that are streaming on our app. If you guys have any questions in here as well, please just put your hand up and we'll bring a mic to you. But online, the first question is, are there levels in coding, like grading? Sort of like in music, you get your level 1. Is there the same in coding?
No, absolutely. So, Zandile had spoken earlier about, just understanding the basics. So we can take someone who doesn't understand coding, as long as you understand mathematics, because the essence of it is about teaching you how to program. So there are entry courses that can help an individual to grasp the concepts. There are tools such as R, Python, where we just do introductory courses and get you there. But we immediately take you to the next level of where you become a practitioner so that you become someone who's going to be productive in the work environment. So that all of these opportunities that people were talking about, you can go and program something that can become a solution. You can go create your own business immediately when you find an opportunity and say, here's what I want to create. I want to create a fashion business that is an e-commerce and that can connect millions of customers. That's essentially what you can do. Then we've got advanced, far advanced, where you can really build analytics into it, bring lots of big data, and really become sophisticated in terms of how you really build new programs. So yes, definitely, yeah.
Okay. We've also been learning about, we've heard the names of different types of code. Earlier on, one of the speakers mentioned Scratch, which is, it's nice for kids as well. And our next question from online still was, is Python or C++ better? What's your opinion?
Well, you can't say which one is better because there's a thing called open source now, where all technologies are opening up their own platforms. So if you really want, Python is applied whether you're doing a software engineering course, whether you're doing artificial intelligence, whether you're doing cloud. So you find yourself that you open up more opportunities for yourself by having the core foundational stuff. Java is another one. We spoke about it earlier. It's an important program, particularly for those that want to do back-end development. There are people who are front-end developers who develop the front part of the website, of the application. So those people are also important. So different kinds of skills, and we can go at bit lengths to tell you in terms of where can you specialize, because that's really where the difference becomes.
Okay. But that's when we go and dive deeper into it.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you so much for all of the insights that you shared with us. Please give a hand for Mr. Gangi
once more.
Alrighty. Now, a question to all of you. Did you at least learn something new today? You learned something, right? Okay, well, I have something exciting to tell you guys before we take a break, because we've come to the end of our second session of the day. But as you guys have seen, there is so much that Sasol TechnoX has to offer. And the same goes to all of you that are streaming online, that are on the app, that are on technox.co.za. We have exciting exhibitions. And my favorite part, obviously apart from the stage over here and all of the talks, is Stage X. And we have got some really cool stuff happening at Stage X. There's dancing, there's music, they're giving away really cool prizes. I saw this morning they gave away a pair of really cool headphones, and what else? Selfie sticks, things like that. So, when we go on to our break, please make sure that you head over to Stage X, because we've also got a trash and show. Now, if you guys aren't aware, STEAMY, the A in STEAMY is arts, right? And so we've incorporated the arts into TechnoX as well by bringing things like the trash and show. So you're gonna see some students, people your age, your peers, are gonna be walking down the runway in recycled pieces as their clothes. Isn't that cool? It's cool, right? And you guys are going to be the judges. So I want you guys to make sure to go and do all of that. And when you do so, if you have your phones on you, like I've got mine in here, please just post up to social media and tag us. That's at Sasol SA on Instagram and Sasol on Facebook. And make sure you use the hashtag SasolTechnoX. Well, that is it for today. We will see you back in this room at 2 p.m. Bye, everybody.
Welcome to the Steamyverse. You're invited to explore the most exciting and engaging career guidance expo in South Africa, Sasol TechnoX. Discover and unlock your potential to change the world. Immerse yourself in a world of innovation and discovery as we showcase the latest advancements in STEAMY. Experience a blast of excitement with interactive activities that will challenge your skills and spark your curiosity. Watch in awe as the wonders of science and technology are brought to life. Are you ready to shape your future? It's an incredible adventure, and it starts right now.
And everybody, did we enjoy the break? Who was at the Trash and Show? You guys were at the Trash and Show? What amazing fashion these kids created, all out of trash and recycled materials. Now, if you guys are watching us online, I'm sure you're feeling like you've missed out, but don't you worry though, you can just go and watch back on the stream. Please make sure that you also interact with us on our social media. Our Instagram page is at SasolSA and our Facebook page is Sasol. And please make sure you're using the hashtag SasolTechnoX. Now, this next session is also the final session of the day, and I have been looking forward to it 100%. This one is called Professions Unplugged, and it is especially special for all you students in this room. Why? Well, we get to hear from an inspiring mix of professionals from all diverse fields. They're high flyers in their spaces, and we can't wait to hear from them. They're going to break down what it means to be in their job, whether they're in science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics, or they're innovators. And I must say, all of our speakers today are innovators. Now, without any further ado, I would like to first call up my youth MCs, my co-MCs. You guys are all amazing, and we thought it would be amazing to have young people a part of the show as well. So please give it up for Ritabile and Tyler. They're going to be helping me out with MC duties for the session. Now, let's get into our first speaker. The Global Chief Cybersecurity Officer for Sasol. He's a passionate technology leader and is known for delivering exceptional business value through technology. Please help me give a very warm welcome to the Global Chief Cybersecurity Officer for Sasol, Mr. Ishak Jacobs.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm really honored to be speaking to the future leaders, scientists, and professionals of the country, of the world, sitting here in front of me. So thank you for the privilege. So today I'll be talking to you guys about a day in the life of a cybersecurity specialist. So what is it that we do? But before I get there, let me just maybe spend some time talking about what does the world that we live in look like nowadays. So everything is going digital, right? You guys are probably all familiar with social media. All of you are using TikTok, WhatsApp, and all those social media applications, right? So you are very familiar with what that digital world looks like. But do you guys know that there's a lot more happening and changing at a very fast pace as we are sitting here today? So what I've shown here are some of the examples of what is happening out there. ChatGPT, I'm sure many of you are familiar with that. Anyone heard that word before? Show of hands. AI, ChatGPT, yeah? I know you guys are afraid to raise your hands because your teachers will then see that you guys are doing your assignments using the AI, right? I can see the smiles. Here we go. Now, aside just from ChatGPT and AI, there's actually a lot of exciting things happening. And I must just say I'm very envious of all of you youngsters here that have the privilege to grow up and witness all these digital changes. So what are some of those things that I'm talking about? Self-driving cars. There's a lot of testing going on, but you might have seen that on Google or somewhere else. Those things are real, and they are improving on a daily basis. More interesting than self-driving cars is Industry 4.0, which is this picture, and even Industry 5.0. So what does that mean? That means that the world is developing smart factories, smart production. So just imagine that factory that's making that loaf of bread completely being run by AI and digital and computers. That is the type of things that's happening out there. More interesting than that, if you look at the Neom city, or what they call the Line, they're busy building a complete city that's supposed to be 170 kilometers long. Now, that would be a city that runs from Sasolburg past Johannesburg. That will be completely automated and managed by AI. Imagine, you don't have to do work, the AI does everything. They are busy building that in the Middle East, in Saudi Arabia, as we speak. And then maybe something that's a bit more exciting for you guys is the development of a robot. So Tesla has actually already produced this robot. In a few years, this will be your assistant. This is what's happening right now. So a lot of exciting things, right? The type of technology that you guys will be using in the future is just some things we imagined and dreamed about when we were youngsters. Now, with all this technology and all these changes, there's also something to be worried about, because as the world is changing and the life is going digital, the criminals are also going digital. So you all heard about hackers. I know I spoke to some of you guys at the stand, and you were very keen to say, I want to be a hacker. And very good career choice, I must tell you, as long as it's an ethical hacker, be a good hacker. Now, what is the hackers and the criminals saying? They're saying, if something is digital, a computer, if you can program it, you can hack it. They're also saying, if it's online, it can be accessed, it can be hacked. So your social media accounts, your TikTok, your WhatsApp, Snapchat, the hack, Facebook, thank you. The hackers are saying that can be hacked, right? And are they telling the truth? Are we seeing this? So what we're looking at, what are we seeing as cybersecurity specialists? And that is that every 39 seconds, less than a minute, some hack is taking place somewhere. Quite scary, right? Also, we know that almost 50% of the emails that's being sent in the world are spam email. So almost more emails that has got nonsense in trying to trick you being sent than real emails. Quite scary. Now, if that is the state of the crime and the hackers, what are we going to do about it? And this is where the cybersecurity scientists or specialists, or what we would like to call the superheroes, really come into the play. Because who's going to protect our networks and computers from those hackers? Who's going to make sure that our money is not being stolen out of our accounts? You guys. You guys are that future that will protect us. And that's why we need these superheroes. Protect the networks, protect the encryption so that nobody can decipher the data, protect us from bad programs out there, and also protect our data. That is what cybersecurity specialist does. But if that's like the typical things that they do, what is a typical day in the life of a cybersecurity specialist? Or let me call them superheroes. What does the life of a superhero look like? So what you will find, you will wake up and you might have to do some investigation work, like the real detective that you would see on the movies and the TVs. You will need to investigate. You are doing it online, looking at the clues and trying to understand what has happened. So you could be spending your time doing investigative work. You could also be doing an assessment or a test. Somebody wants to use a program. Who's going to tell them if it's good or bad? The cybersecurity hero. You will check the program, see if there's anything bad in it, and that's how you will know whether it can be used or not. Maybe you'll do some architecture. How do you design a system that can protect the people from hackers? That's also just as important. Maybe you need to educate the people to tell them how to stay safe from these hackers. What does a good password look like? How do you stop people from stealing your information, breaking into your accounts? That's quite important. You could also be doing some research, because who's going to figure out what is those bad and good programs? And you could also find yourself having to respond to an emergency. You know, when the alarm bells is going off, you are under attack. How do you protect your organization? How do you protect the people? So those are typically the things that you will find yourself doing in this career. A lot of exciting things, investigating, testing, collaborating with a whole lot of people, sharing how do you change and make sure that the systems are protected. Okay, so that's typically what you would find yourself doing as a cybersecurity specialist, a day in the life of the specialist in the career. But why would you want to become one of them? Let me start by the most important thing to all of you guys, right? If you're a cybersecurity specialist, you are going to get good pay, right? That's what all of you asked me at the stand. Is it good pay? So yes, definitely that is a true. What else? There is such a high demand for security specialists. There's more than 4 million jobs in the world right now. So do you have a future career? Yes. Also, job security. We believe we're going to need more cybersecurity specialists going forward than what we have now. So there will be a career that will have a demand. And then maybe this will appeal to you as well. In this job, you can really make a difference. If you know how to protect people from the criminals online, you can prevent them from stealing data, money, and other things from yourself, from your friends, from your family, from your businesses, from your communities. So you actually get to make a difference. Okay, so that's why I think for me, personally, I like being in this career. It's really exciting. You can make a difference. It's so dynamic. Things change every day. I just showed you all the AI that's being developed, and we will have to protect that in future. You also get to be a problem solver. That's what you do on a daily basis. So that's why it's quite exciting to be in this field. Now, if you are interested in this career, there's quite a few things you can do. You can pursue a career degree in science, computer science or related. You can do a certificate in cybersecurity. You don't have to do a degree. But you also need to get exposure, and that will help get you into this field. So, future leaders, future scientists, future superheroes, I'm hoping that I've given you guys some insight into this career, and I hope I have excited you to consider this. And if you have any questions, please do come and talk to us, and feel free to find out a bit more. Thank you.
Mr. Jacobs, please don't run away from us. I think it would be really cool if any of our students have a question. Does anybody have a question? Okay, well, I have a question for you. Please just come on the stage with us. Now, you deal with a lot in your field, right? But I want to go back to where it all started for you. what sparked your interest in cybersecurity? Where I'm sure it started with just tech in general. Where did it start for you?
Okay, I'm going to confess that I found the word hacker to be very intriguing. I wanted to know what it's about.
Were you a naughty kid, sir?
I was definitely one of those, but I learned to be good.
So it was just because the word hacker was interesting?
Quite honestly, that is what intrigued me. Everybody thought, like, hacker, really, sounds so cool. And I needed to find out, is it really? But it's a lot of work.
It is. Well, thank you. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. Does anybody else find the word hacker interesting? Just put your hand up. Okay. I see a few hands up. Well, as you can see from Mr. Jacobs, it just started with that. It started with an interest in a word, and now look at where he is. We're still getting into the daily lives of all of these professions, and our next speaker is another amazing person. Ritabile, can you tell us who it is?
Our next speaker is a data journalist with 20 years of experience in the South African media as a journalist, a copy editor, and a designer. Please help me welcome the CEO of The Outlier, Laura Grant.
Hello everyone. The word hack and hacker is kind of a theme going through this, I think, because the company that we founded was called Media Hack Collective. The Outlier is our publication. So I am here to talk about a day in the life of a data journalist. So I think what we need to first ask is, what do journalists do in the first place? Really, we give people information, and the point of doing this is that we need to help people make sense of the world. And we do it so that people can make better and more informed decisions. Thank you, did I move it? And we want to entertain and delight people. So we're doing this to help people. So how do we do that? We collect information, we verify it, we organize it into written stories, videos, audio stories like podcasts, things you find on YouTube and social media. We are all over the place. The things that we specialize in are data visualizations and graphics. And then at the end of that, as a journalist, you will publish your work. It can be in a newspaper, it can be on SABC, it can be on Al Jazeera, it can be all over the place. The work of journalists is everywhere. So where does data come in? What is a data journalist, you ask? Well, data is just information in a structured format. So we're taking information and we're giving it structure, and we use it as a source in our stories. So other sources that journalists use, you'll see us interviewing people on the scene. You'll see us talking to experts and subjects. You'll see us going through piles and piles and piles of official documents, and you'll see us using data. So we interview data sets. What does a data story look like? So these are some of the end products that we've done. We looked at all the reports that the Department of Education put out at the end of 2021 to find out how many of the matrics in 2021 actually did maths. And it's 40%. That's less than half of matrics did 40%. And then we looked at schools that just didn't have any matrics writing maths at all. And we found 390 schools with no matric maths writers. And this little bar chart on the side here is just showing which provinces, how many schools in each of the provinces didn't have children writing maths, and whether or not it increased or decreased since 2020, since 2013. So that is one of our stories. Another one, which I really like doing, this is a piece that we did about the floods in KwaZulu-Natal in 2021. 2022. So what you'll see on the right, the map, that is a whole lot of satellite data that was collected that shows where the shoreline is over 20 years, between 2000 and 2022. And we mapped it. So the blue lines are from 2020, and the red lines, which you can see are moving further and further in, up to 2022. So we use satellite data and map it. We also collected a whole lot of flood information and created an interactive timeline. So all of these things that we do with data add to the words that people normally write. Then we did something about netball. This is just a different type of thing. The Netball World Cup has just happened. We worked out, I mean, a lot of girls in school play netball, but we thought, okay, how tall is the average South African netball player? And how does that compare to the average South African man or woman? And the average South African netball player was taller. The tallest was over 2 meters, but she wasn't South African, she was from Sri Lanka. So we'll do short things like this and put them out on Instagram. This is something that we've automated. We take all the load shedding information that's released by Eskom every day, we put it into a data set, and this automatically updates, and it'll tell you how many hours of load shedding has been, and it'll also, on a calendar, tell you what was the worst stage of load shedding reached on a day. So we do this with data that Eskom puts out on Twitter. So what makes a good data journalist? What are we like? And why do we even get into this? We have a deep interest in the world. We are very interested in current affairs and what makes people's lives better and what matters to people. We're also extremely nosy. We were those kids that went, why does that happen? And what happens if you do this? Like, we've just translated it now into our jobs. We're asking people questions to find out what's going on. The other thing you really need is excellent problem-solving skills. You have to start with a good question, then you have to work out what information do I need to answer this question. Then you have to find that information, and sometimes it's not that easy to find. And then the last thing is you need to organize your information in such a way that it'll give you insight, which is why structured data is extremely useful. The other thing is you have to have the ability to tell a good story. So that means you need to know how to structure a narrative. You need to be able to tell things to people in such a way that they care. You don't just give them facts. You tell them things that they go, oh, that happened to me, or I know, my aunt told me that thing happened. So that's the art of telling a good story. And the last thing is you need to understand statistics, which is why it's sad that people don't do maths at school more. The reason why we use statistics is because they help us to interview data sets. So we'll get a whole lot of numbers in a spreadsheet, and we'll ask it, so which is the biggest, or which is the smallest? Is this normal? What's the average? Is this an outlier? Outliers are a great source of stories. Or how does this thing affect another thing? We can ask data sets the who, what, when, and where questions that we ask people if it's a well-structured, good data set. And lastly, you need technology skills. It starts off with spreadsheets. Structured data, the entry point level is maybe just an Excel spreadsheet or a Google Sheet. And you need coding skills so that you can work with data. So we're talking not the cybersecurity level coding skills, but Python, R, SQL, and JavaScript are very, very useful. And the last thing, design tools for data visualizations. These change all the time, and it's always useful to keep up with them. And then be a learner for life. Journalism has changed radically over the last 10 years. Data journalism changes even faster. Just take, for example, a year ago, AI. Generative AI didn't even exist. Now we have to keep up with it to find stories. It helps us code. It's very useful. So always learn, keep up to date with new skills, new technologies, and your job will remain exciting. And yeah, that's me. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Grant. Now, we had a question somewhere over there, right? I think he was a little bit shy to ask previously, but you're speaking about the same subject. So, can we please have a mic over there? Don't be shy, man, show me. Show me how to.
Oh, shame.
Please stand up. There's a mic coming to you right now. Please give him a round of applause to encourage him. I know how daunting it could be. Hi, my name is.
Hi, my name is Tebo Ho, and I'm from Sakubusha. The question I was about to ask is that, so if you battle about a hacker,
yes, I'll
which
translate.
which subject should I do? Which career should I follow?
So he's asking if he wants to be a hacker, which subjects does he need to take now to enter that industry?
Okay, so we're journalists. So it's really, really useful to have a degree. It's actually, people get into this field with all sorts of degrees. So I would say that anything that teaches you coding skills and problem-solving skills and basic maths like statistics will stand you in good stead. A lot of people will get into journalism with no math skills. There's not that many jobs for people like that. If you want to be a data journalist, there is jobs because there's a shortage of skills. So if I were you, I would just try and find a way in, understand statistics, do something, even if it's at college, not even university. Do something so you understand statistics, and then just read a lot. Read a lot of journalism, a lot of books, have a good general knowledge, and I think you'll probably be okay. If you want something badly enough, you'll usually be able to get it if you put the work in.
Okay, so maybe because we're getting into what your life is like in this profession, what work did you have to put in? What subjects did you take in high school? What degree did you go into? How was that journey for you as well? Did you change courses at any point?
I've changed courses a lot. So, at school, I did the usual maths and science. And then I went to university and did a psychology degree and a journalism and psychology. But then I did honors in psychology. So I learned social science research methods. And that is a lot of what underpins data journalism. So I had no intention of really being a journalist. I fell into that because it was exciting.
Well, that's really cool to hear how somehow you're in this field. Journalism has come along from psychology, and somehow tech has found its way into that mix. And that's really what we're highlighting here at Sasol TechnoX. It's not only science alone. It's an amalgamation and a combination of all of these things. Well, thank you so much for sharing that with us. It was so insightful.
Thank you for having me.
Can we please give her another round of applause? I'll just hand it to the next speaker. Tyler, who is our next speaker?
Our next speaker was a science engagement astronomer at the South African Astronomical Observatory. In his current role, Daniel's tasked with the promotion and communication of the world-class research happening at the SAAO. Let's hear it for a science astronomer, Daniel Kahneman.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the introduction. As has been mentioned, my name is Daniel, and I am an astronomer. I am based at the South African Astronomical Observatory. Our head office is in Cape Town, South Africa, and we've had an observatory there for over 200 years. We celebrated our 200-year anniversary in 2020. But these days, and for the last 50 years or so, all of our telescopes are up in Sutherland. It's in the Northern Cape. It's about a 4-hour drive from Cape Town, and the reason we have it there is because we really want to get away from people. We like people, we really like people, just not at night, because people bring light, And what we want as astronomers is to see beautiful night skies with no light pollution. So no cars, no houses, nothing nearby, so we can really see the best of our country and the best of our stars. So who am I quickly? How did I get here? I am an astronomer. I did my PhD. First, I studied maths and science at school, and I had a real curiosity. I always wanted to know how things worked, not just astronomy. I really wanted to know how absolutely everything worked, and my dad really got irritated with me asking why all the time. But then I did my first degree in physics and maths at the University of KZN in Pietermaritzburg, and I moved down to Cape Town to the University of the Western Cape in Bellville to do my PhD, and from there I became an astronomer. So I talked already about the dark skies, and this is one of the things which South Africa has, which many places in the world do not. And South Africa, because of that, and for a couple of other reasons, is one of the best places in the world to be an astronomer. We really have incredible dark skies. The Sutherland Observatory in the Northern Cape is the third best professional observatory for dark skies in the world. So we really are right up there in terms of our resources, and we also have an incredible amount of support. So the government, over the last 30 years, has poured a huge amount of money and energy and support into making astronomy an incredible science and a strength of South Africa. We've gone from having less than 10 astronomers in the country to over 450, just in the space of 30 years. And I tell you, we need more. We really, really need more. And I'll tell you why in a moment. So with this support, the first thing that came along was this, the Southern African Large Telescope. So this is our observatory up in Sutherland, and you can see the stars up there are absolutely amazing. There's very little light pollution, and we have this huge telescope and a whole lot of other telescopes of smaller sizes. This telescope, as you can see, is about 6 stories tall. It's the 4th largest optical telescope, and that means it has a mirror and it sees visible light. The 4th largest optical telescope in the world and the largest in the Southern Hemisphere. Inside that is a mirror which is 11 meters across. So it's made up of 91 1-meter mirrors and has a big circular mirror of 11 meters across. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I was scared I was going to run out. So that's how big the mirror is. So you can imagine what we can see. We can see the most distant galaxies. If we pointed it at the moon, we'd be able to read the back of a 2-rand coin. It's an incredible instrument. And this is a South African instrument. It was built by South Africa for South Africans. It was completed in 2005. And all of South African researchers have access to using SALT. So that is one of the amazing things that we have at our disposal. And all of our students are able to use it for free. The other thing, which is equally exciting, is the Meerkat Radio Telescope. So this is also in the Northern Cape, but this is a slightly different telescope. So these dishes are 15 meters across. I won't step it out, but it's bigger than the stage. And there are 64 of them spread out over the Karoo. So this is even further away from people. We like to joke that, the optical astronomers, we like people. They can come see our telescopes in the day. The radio telescopes don't want anyone there ever. So the radio telescopes can work 24/7, which means it doesn't matter if it's day or night. They don't want people around. And radio telescopes work in a slightly different wavelength. So you guys might know about the electromagnetic spectrum. What you can see with your eye and what SALT can see is visible light. So we can see all the colors of the rainbow, but light comes in many, many wavelengths, most of which we can't see. X-rays, gamma rays, microwaves, this is all light. And radio waves is a form of light. And when we're astronomers, what we want to do is collect as much light as possible so that we can learn as much as possible about the universe. So we build these huge radio telescopes. We build them very far away from people with phones, TV, radio, anything that's going to make noise in the radio wavelengths. So we have this incredible telescope, again, a South African invention, the most powerful radio telescope in the world, completed in 2018. And now, additional to that, there's going to be another 130 dishes for the square kilometer array, which is coming in the next 5 years. So South Africa is the place to be when it comes to astronomy. And we are desperate for people to get involved. We're desperate for students, we're desperate for more and more researchers, and we're desperate for data scientists. So one of the things which you can imagine is having these huge telescopes, we collect a lot of data. The SKA, when it comes online, will produce more data in one day than the entire internet thus far. So we have to deal with that, and we have to have some cybersecurity around it, but we have a lot of data to process. And that's one of the big challenges and one of the things we're doing here in this country. We've got some of the most powerful supercomputers in the world too, to try and prepare for this. But I wanted to talk to you a little bit about what we do on a day-to-day. So there are two types of astronomer. There's astronomers who work in the day and astronomers who work at night. We alternate between the two, so we don't get to do just one or the other. But in terms of what we do on a daily basis is, as an astronomer, we need to monitor our telescopes. So we need to make sure all the equipment's working properly. We need to provide upgrades, not just to the technical equipment, but also to software. We collect this data and analyze it. So we make plots. We try and work out what's going on in this distant galaxy or with this star, which just seems to be exploding. And then we work with collaborators. So astronomy is a beautiful science. We don't work in competition with anyone else. Everyone is just trying to push astronomy forward. So we have collaborations with people all over the world. We work with NASA, we work with all these universities, Oxford, Cambridge, everywhere else, all trying to solve these huge problems of where the universe came from, where did the Earth come from, and how is the universe sort of working and forming and evolving. In terms of the nighttime operations, that is a little bit more tricky, and we have these observing stations. We don't necessarily even have to go to the telescopes anymore. This one is in SALT. You can see SALT is getting controlled there. We have to monitor the weather. We have to monitor the positions of the mirrors and the telescope, make sure that everything's operating perfectly, and then take our observations. So it's an incredibly technical and constant struggle to try and make sure everything's operational. And then we get to make our discoveries. So we find these incredible things. We get to look at distant galaxies. We get notifications for things which have exploded, supernova, and we try and get our telescope to it as fast as possible to try and get an observation, try and work out what it was. So we, as I said, we are an incredibly lucky place in South Africa. We have incredible resources, incredible support from the government and the rest of the world. There's a huge amount of energy and money getting poured into astronomy right now, and we are really at the forefront of astronomical research. So it's an incredibly fascinating field, and I think so at least. We have incredible resources, incredible instruments, some of the best telescopes in the world available to us, and the possibilities going forward and for discovery are absolutely limitless. It's a very exciting field, and if you want to find out more, visit our website. It's nice and simple, sao.ac.za. You can also find us on social media, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, or X. And yeah, we'll keep you up to date with what's going on and the opportunities. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that illuminating presentation. You get it? illuminating because
I
you're
got
doing
it.
this stuff. Okay, someone got it. Someone thought it was funny.
We're here all night.
I'm trying, guys, I'm trying. Okay, does anybody have any questions for him? This is a really cool field. I saw a bit of a hand over there, but I feel like everybody... I saw that
There's one
hand.
at the back.
Was that a hand? Okay, we're bringing a mic to you. Please put your hand up again.
She's too
No?
shy.
Too shy? Okay, it's
That's
just you
okay.
and I. It's just you and I. Don't worry about them in the room. just, or ask your friend to ask the question for you. Can you tell? No?
Oh, I love questions. Come. Something. Anything.
Just whisper to me.
Ask me
whisper
about a
to
black
me.
hole.
No? Nothing at all. Okay, we tried. I think our students are a little bit nervous on that side of the room, but we have a question over here.
Yes.
It's on, don't worry.
Hello.
Hello.
I am Wisisiwe and I'm from Kahobocha. Well, there's something that I don't understand. It's space. In space, it's dark, but there's sun.
Yes.
Why?
Great question. Okay. So today, right now, if we look outside, you can't see the stars. Why? The sun is up, okay? And the sun is our star. So it's our closest star, and we are so close to it that it is incredibly bright. I can't get back to my slides. But when you look at our star from so close, it's so bright that we can't see any of the other stars. At night, when the Earth has spun and we're looking the other way, so when we're looking away and our sun is in the shade, we're in the shade, now we can see all of the other stars. Like this, right? So now at night, you can see all of these other stars. They're all just like our sun. This here is like the disk of our Milky Way galaxy. So our galaxy is made up of billions of suns, 100 billion suns, and all of them are kind of spread through the night sky. And that's what we can see when we look out and see other stars. But they're all suns just like ours. The problem is, for us optical astronomers, is the sun is too bright to see anything else when he's up. I hope that answers your question.
We have a question over here.
Yo.
You see, now they're asking questions.
now
You
we
just
go.
needed the first question.
We'll be here all afternoon.
So my name is Rokhrijani and I am interested in astronomers. So I wanted to ask you, sir, last time I saw stars forming a line and moving. So what kind of cause that causes those stars to move?
Okay, so if you see, if you look out in the night sky, right, the stars move slowly over the night, over the course of the night, in the same way as the sun does, and that's actually because the Earth is rotating. So the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, and all that is the Earth rotating. So the stars will rise in the east and set in the west too. What you might have seen, and what you can see if you go out this evening, in the first hour or two after sunset, you'll see these lights moving across the night sky, often. There are quite a few of them. And what those are satellites. So people are putting more and more satellites up in space. They do various things. They send internet, they send DSTV, they send all sorts of messages up and down to space. And they have solar panels on them which reflect the sun's light just after sunset or just before sunrise. And that's probably what you've seen moving across the sky.
Okay, we're going to ask two more questions. There's one over...
Which side do you
There's
wanna
one
go
on this
first?
side, and then one on that side of
Should
the
we go
room.
there?
And then
Which
we
side
need
we
to
going
get to
first?
our next speaker. So who was first?
That's it.
Was it him? Okay, you'll be the last one.
Okay.
How, guys, not fighting. Remember, we
Rock,
said
paper,
in
scissors.
astronomy, they're not fighting against each other. They're all pushing forward.
collaborate.
So let's
Yeah.
work together and collaborate. Do you want to let him go first, and then you can be last?
To go first.
You can have the last say. Come on, relax.
My name is Tatu,
Yeah, Tatu Mugaya, come from into Pepper Primary School. I wanna know, sir, what is your favorite planet and why?
My favorite planet isn't a planet anymore. My favorite planet is now a dwarf planet. That's Pluto. Do you know
Why?
the story of Pluto?
Tell us.
When I grew up, how many planets are there? How many planets are there?
Hey, I'm hearing different numbers, hey?
When I grew up, there were 9. And then all the astronomers got together in a collaboration and decided that Pluto wasn't a planet anymore. We decided it's too small. Now he's a dwarf planet. So that's my favorite dwarf planet.
Okay, thank you for telling us.
Sure.
Now you can ask your questions, sir.
Oh, looking forward to it.
How are you?
I'm great.
My name is Nkosana from Sakubucha Kaubucha, and I'm also interested in dark holes. Do you know a black hole?
Yes.
Yes, I want
Black
to know how
holes.
black holes occur. That's what I'm interested in at the moment.
It's a great question.
Thank you.
Black holes are something which is very, very interesting. And I need something to throw, but I can't.
Here's my shoe. Here.
No, not your shoe. Okay, I'll throw your shoe. You hold that. Okay, so we need to talk a little bit about gravity. Okay? We know about gravity. Throw something up, comes back down. Okay? That's because the Earth has mass and it's pulling this back down. Okay, I won't need it again.
Thank you.
But if you have enough gravity, so a star is much more massive than the Earth, so it has much more gravity. It's harder for things to escape. If you have something with so much mass, you have to go faster than the speed of light. So I have to throw that shoe faster than the speed of light for it to escape a black hole. And that's why it's called a black hole. So you throw that light up, it bends over, just like the shoe, falls back down into the black hole. So it's an object which is so massive that the gravity is so strong that nothing can escape it, not even light.
I need to give you kudos for that explanation because you really simplified it and made it understandable for our students, because I do know that black holes are a very complicated concept. But thank you once again
for
sharing your
shoe.
insights with us. You're welcome. Give a shout out to my shoe. Are we enjoying the talks? Okay, well, we have another really interesting speaker. He's a young man with a passion for all things radio, and he is up next. Please help me welcome radio presenter, producer, and facilitator from VOW FM, Ntsikelelo Ngaleka.
How are you? I am doing okay, I'm doing great. My name is Ntsikelelo Ngaleka, and I am the host of the Science Wise show on VOW FM, the 88.1, where you hear it, feel it, and definitely live it. And I see Mr. Kunuma smiling right here. We've been talking a lot on our show, and he promised us a trip, and he hasn't said anything about it. How are you? How is it coming along? Thank you. Thank you so much. So now, my presentation will be a day in the life of a radio presenter and a radio producer, right? And I'm going to start it with how I met radio, right? I was a student at Wits University studying a BSc in Urban and Regional Planning, which is town planning, right? The creation of settlements, the redirecting of people from informal settlements to now proper places in which they are, designated to stay in, zoning, creating spaces for, shops and whatnot. That is what I, studied at Wits University and got completed in 2021. And in my third year, which was 2021 rather, that is where I met the voice of Wits, right? And they were holding out auditions for people who wanted to be on radio, right? How many of you, maybe in the future, you want to be on radio? A show of hands. 1, 2, 3. 16, 17. But yeah, no, there's a lot of you. And this is how it happened for me. So there was auditions, And as there were auditions to VOW-FM, I also submitted my audition, right? You needed to post, a video on Instagram, tagging them, doing your link. And I did that, and unfortunately, I didn't make the cut, right? I didn't make the cut, but I was not going to accept that. I was really just not going to accept that. So I went to the station about 3 days later, after they had announced the people who actually made it. And I went to the station, I asked to speak to the station manager, who at the time was Shweshwe Ku, who is now the programs manager at 702, right? And I spoke to her, and then 2 days later, she called me, right? And the worst thing happened, right? She calls me, I'm at rest, I'm not at school, it was online school. It was back at COVID times, and not like now. And so in that time, she calls me, and it's 12, midday. She calls me, and she calls me to come in at 12:30. I come in at 12:30, I don't even bath. Now I'm just rushing because it's quite late. I'm just rushing, I'm like, at least I smell good. I don't smell bad. Right? So long as you're smelling good and no one can see that you didn't bath, you're fine. So I go to, the station, and she interviews me, right? As she interviews me, I get everything wrong. I get everything wrong. She asked me a question about why I wanted to be on radio, and I was like, oh, they said I have a radio voice. She was like, no, that's not how it works. And it was quite painful, because as you're sitting in, you're having this conversation with someone who's supposed to hire you, and every answer that you're giving them in an interview, they just plainly saying it to you. They're not even saying that we might call you back or anything. They're saying everything that you're saying is wrong. But, in the miracle of life, in the way things happen in life, what she did for me was that immediately after the interview, she said to me, you know what, I'm going to give you this chance. Please go shadow the team that's on air right now. And that is how I came to work at VOW-FM, right? And so, to give you much more of an insight as to what I do as a radio producer, and even so as a radio presenter, so I will start with being a radio producer. Right? A lot of people who want to do radio do not know that there's, on radio such things as radio production, right? What you would think, in radio is that, no, everyone who's on radio is everyone who's talking. But there's people who are behind those conversations. There's people who have ideas that they put into the show. You're listening to a show, and they're playing a fun game, and you're calling in. It's fun conversations, you're calling in. There's people who have put all that together for this person that is presenting the show. Sometimes it's the presenter themselves. They produce and present the show. And sometimes it's radio producers who are designated or hired specifically for that purpose. They're not going to go on air for that particular show. There might be radio presenters themselves, but in that particular show, they do not, go on air. What they do is make content for that show. So that is what I do. That is part of what I do. Ever since I joined VOW-FM, I've produced That Lunch Show, which has won awards at the South African Radio Awards. Clap your hands. Right? I have produced for Noni Kumalo in a show that was called Love Good Music. She's now at YFM. And I've worked with, quite big people in the industry. And, I've also worked with Mncedisi Sindane, who does Weekend Breakfast at YFM. I've produced his show, while he was still doing Monday to Fridays, 3 a.m. to 5 a.m. So I made some of the content in which he brought out on air. Although I was not particularly officially hired by YFM, I was hired by him. Because that's how you get into the industry. You make in your own connections with people who are just also getting in, they get their shows, they do not have content producers, and they're also leading, very difficult lives, and they need, as much help as they can get, and so you are there, as someone who's also trying to get by. You produce content, you do that, you do what needs to be done in order to make sure that you also take your name, add weight to your name, right? And so I produced content for that lunch show. I produced content then on for every other show that I've hosted. I've hosted the AM Squad, Weekend Edition. That was the first show I got on air. I hosted the AM Squad weekday versions. So from 5 a.m. through to 7 a.m. on VOW FM, it was me being on air. I've hosted Lunch, that lunch show, a show in which when I entered, I was the one producing it. Now, I was the voice of Lunch. I've hosted, and currently I'm hosting the Science Wise Show, which is a show that speaks directly to science and the progress that is being made within the world of science right here in South Africa. We've interviewed, Mr. Daniel, quite a number of times. I think I recall 3 conversations in which we have had, ever since last year up until now. It's also very great to meet him, to finally meet him in person, because we've always on call. But yeah, that is the gist of what I do. Now, as a radio presenter, you kind of have to be prepared for the show. And so if you are in a show where you do have content producers, you do have people who have prepared the content for you, what you do is get in early enough so that you can go through the content. And as you go through the content, you get an idea of what you're supposed to be talking about. And if you're going to have an interview, you're going to prepare your own questions. You're going to get much more of an insight. If you need to do a little more research on the topic or on whatever conversation in which we're having, that's what you do. And then you go on air, you shine, you do your link, you have the conversation. It's a fun time, people send in their engagements, people send in their WhatsApps, and people send in, their calls, they write their tweets, and it's fun. And the nice thing really about radio, for me, is how far you can take the conversation. Right? As a radio producer and someone who's also a radio presenter, I'm very proud of myself at this young age, I've had I've accumulated quite the experience in this space. And even much more now that I'm also now starting to branch out and start to do things outside of radio, it grows my name. And so it adds weight to my name. And so I'm very proud of that. But an important part of that is realizing how to take the conversation further, right? That the conversation doesn't end when I do the show and when the show ends. That's not where the conversation ends. You take the conversation further, you make people interested in what you're talking about, and you put in the time. You always, engage with different other institutions on that, and you make sure that, that conversation goes a lot further, right? But yeah, that is the gist of really what I do as a radio presenter and as a radio producer. It's Nsigele Longalega from the Science Wise Show on VOW FM, the voice of Wits.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions? A man with many... Oh, thank you so much, Nego. A round of applause. A man with many talents who is here in his capacity of production team leader at AECI Mining Chemicals. From humble beginnings, he's here with us to share his story. A huge round of applause for Ronnie Madiba.
Hello guys, Umadiba lo. Nice to meet you guys, wonderful speakers. Before I go into the presentation, I just want to say, does anyone know what mining people do? Mining. All right. A simple explanation that I normally give people is that everything that we see, like copper, it comes underground. Platinum that is inside our cars as a catalyst, it comes from underground. Gold that we all love, it comes from underground. So it means that someone needs to dig it up and then produce it into a finer things that we love. Therefore, we at AECI Mining Chemicals, we realize that there is a need for chemicals for the mines to take out those chemicals out. So in simple term, when you eat that lovely apple that you love, something goes into your body called vitamins. The rest goes right. So at AECI, we make chemicals that extract only the beautiful minerals we want, and we remove the rest that they don't want. So my name is Ronnie Madiba. I'm here at AECI next to Sasol. We buy 70% of our products that we use as raw materials just right here at Sasol. The chemicals that we use, like I said, are in the mines. So my day-to-day work is what I'm going to be telling you guys about. I did a chemical engineering at Cape Peninsula University of Technology, just next to Western Cape University. And after doing that, I did a BTech, and I did a business management honors. The funny thing with this team leader issue is that people used to call us supervisors, foremen. But our industry, we've changed that because we've realized that the behavior of organizations have changed. Currently, we need people who will inspire others rather than just to tell them what to do. So in our company, they've changed this to ensure that now we no longer have supervisors, but we have team leaders. So my day-to-day work, it's actually simply to inspire others to do best at their work. There's the purpose. I inspire. Someone said to me, but what is inspire? What do you do when you inspire? The word inspire means to take out the best in someone else's life. So you can see there's in, isn't it? So therefore, that's what we do at AECI. I inspire all the employees, mostly in my plant, to ensure that whatever they do each day, they do it perfectly. Some of you need to do math and science. That's why Sasol brought us here today. Because if it was not for math and science, I don't think I was going to be doing what I'm doing today. And if you listen to all the speakers that were speaking here, even a radio presenter did math and science, because you can't do urbanization or urban whatever adverts without math and science. Isn't it? You can't be an astronomer without math and science. Right now you need to read data, the outlier, you need math and science. So as a team leader, I inspire the employees to ensure that they take out the best product at the best quality. I have a team every morning. This is now what I do every day. Every morning I have a team plus minus 10 people come together. They need to tell me what happened last night. They will say, look, we are tired, whatever complaint that they need, they tell me everything, right? After that, I take all that information. I go to management meeting. Every morning we meet with logistics. We meet with all the department safety. We meet with warehouse managers, and we discuss the problem that our company experience, the problems that the employee experience, and most importantly, the problems that the customer have, which is one of the fields that I used to do as a technical officer in the past. The next thing that I do is plan my day. Young people, this is what I want to do. I want to say to you before I go into this. If you fail to plan, you definitely are in the plan of failing. So if you don't plan your life currently, that this is what you want to be. For example, you say you want to be a doctor, but currently your average marks is 50% in maths and 50% in science. Are you going to be a doctor? Exactly. So as much as you love something, it doesn't mean you're going to be it unless you literally plan it to the core. So at work, after I gather all informations, I sit down and plan my day on how to execute it. I plan even on how to give people instructions. I plan even how we're going to produce the product that we need to give to all the mines in the world. We're currently giving Brazil our product. We're currently giving Congo our product. We're currently giving all the mines in South Africa, especially that produces platinums. We are the sole producer of all those chemicals. The other thing that I do, before I'm going to conclude, is I do what we call order review. This means I sit down every day with salespeople, the people with money. They will tell me that, Ronnie, you gave us a product, but this product is not in good quality. Ronnie, this customer is crying, saying that, if you get to ShopRite, you buy a package, you buy a sugar, 2 kg of sugar, and there's sugar all over it. Those are the customer complaints that I normally handle. So the salespeople will come to me and say, Ronnie, the product is nice, but you need to make sure that next time you send us a clean packaging. So every day I sit down with all the salespeople and they tell me all the customer problems that they have. The last part that we do, I meet up with project and maintenance. Normally this is a meeting at 2 o'clock. We sit down with projects and we think about the problems we are having with our equipment. The equipments that we have sometimes fail. Sometimes at night someone is producing and then the belt just stopped and they don't know why it stopped. So in this meeting we discuss all the failures of the problems that they had and why they occur. The last thing that we do what we call, it is the future that my colleagues now that I've realized, I think I need some of their numbers to help us in the company, is continuous improvement. The honest truth is just China is coming for us, all of us, including our industry. And we need to improve our product, we need to improve our machinery, we need to improve how we do things every day. Therefore, each day we ensure that we plan on how to continuously improve our system. Before I close, the word LIFE, what is it? Life. On that word, there is a word F. And the F there means formula. What do we do in maths? We have what we call? Right. So in order to pass maths, you need to understand formulas. In life, in order to ensure that you are successful, you need to have a formula in which way you do things. For example, if you want to be a leader, you cannot be everyone's friend. Always at the time of studying, you are on the street playing, right? You need to have a formula on how do I go about doing what I'm doing. If you remove the letter F, what are you left with? So if you don't put a formula in your life, you will continue to be a liar. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Ronnie. Our last speaker today is a certified Google Cloud professional engineer, a Google Cloud authorized trainer, and a deep learning engineer for Deep Learning Cafe. Here is Tawanda Ewing.
Afternoon, guys. How are you doing? Excellent, excellent. So you heard, my name is Tawanda Ewing. There I go. And just something to know about me, 3 points. I love science, so hence why I'm here, makes sense. I enjoy teaching, which is why I'm talking to you today, right? And I'm a Pan-African. That means I believe that Africa and Africans should be working together to make the most of our continent. And I think machine learning is a very important part of that. Above machine learning, we have something called artificial intelligence. And I think for you to understand what I do on a day-to-day, you're going to have to understand what artificial intelligence is. So, put quite simply, artificial intelligence is the simulation of human intelligence by machines. Do we all know what machines are? Right? We interact with machines on a day-to-day basis. Some machines are more intelligent than others, right? I would argue and say something like a hammer is a machine, right? Because it's doing something that your body can't do, whether that's nailing down some nails or actually taking the nails out of the wood. You get it, right? So artificial intelligence is simulating human intelligence by machines. So I like to put it quite simply and say that when you're an engineer, you work with tools, right? You have electrical engineers, chemical engineers, mechanical engineers. They all need to interact with some sort of tool. And what we've done with intelligence is that we've actually turned it into a tool. Much like the tools you see right here, right? Your spanners, your hammers, your saws. That's what artificial intelligence is. We've taken something that's intrinsic in us, right? Something that we take for granted, our ability to look at a face and to know who I'm talking to. The ability to actually talk and you understand what I'm saying right now. That's incredible. You might take it for granted, but what we've done, we've taken that from us and we've put it into our tools. And now our tools are capable of doing the same things that we're capable of doing. They're intelligent. So to give you an example of how machine learning works, imagine if you had a hammer, and I'm going to call this a magic hammer, and the trick with this hammer is that if I had some nails and I had to hammer those nails in, I just had to hammer, let's say, 10 nails in, and then I left that hammer and then carried on doing the work. Imagine that, right? That's what intelligence is. That's what we've done with some of our tools. We just show them examples with our data, and then they go on to do the work for us, and we just sit back and reap the benefits. How incredible is that? Does that sound like a good idea, right? Imagine doing your homework. If you had a book, you just write in it, and then you let it do the rest of your homework. Wouldn't that be incredible, right? So that's what intelligence is. We're making our tools more intelligent. So with that in mind, in my day-to-day, when I put on my hat as a machine learning engineer, I ask myself, okay, there's a problem in front of me. What tools am I going to use? So I have a toolbox. It's not a physical toolbox, but it sits on my computer and I can figure out what tool am I going to use today to solve the problem that's in front of me. I'm just going to go through some of these tools, and one of the main tools that I use on a day-to-day is natural language processing. So that's the ability of making applications actually analyze and understand our language so that they can get the way I'm talking to you right now. Our computers can actually understand us and communicate back to us in a way that we can understand. Because underneath that, computers are speaking in ones and zeros, not very easy to read. But if they're speaking in plain English or whatever language you can understand, you can imagine how much easier it is to actually interact with them and you so automate those tasks and make it a lot easier to deal with. Another tool in the toolbox is computer vision. So computer vision comes in handy for driverless cars, giving robots the ability to actually move around and interact in our world. You name it, right? We use computer vision to, again, process this visual information. We're trying to replicate what our eyes and our brains can do and help computers, machines, do the exact same thing, except sometimes actually better than we can do it. And then one of the last tools that I use quite frequently these days is generative AI. That's your ChatGPT, your Midjourney, your Stable Diffusion, right? It's this ability to make machines generate content, whether that's text, images, video, and they do it in such a way that is incredible, right? It actually feels human in some instances. There's been plenty of interactions that have been going on these days where you might not even be aware that you're talking to a machine. But that's just how far we've come, and best believe there are going to be so many more tools coming into the space, and you guys are going to be part of actually creating those tools, and more importantly, actually using the tools to solve the problems that we face on the continent and beyond. So what do you need and how do you work when it comes to artificial intelligence, right? I call it the dream team, right? Why is it the dream team? Because sometimes I just feel like working with artificial intelligence is the stuff of dreams, right? This was impossible not so long ago. The idea that we could take what is us, our intelligence, and put it into objects that are around us so that they are also intelligent. And to be part of this dream team, there are three main categories. These are obviously high level, and they break down a little bit more in between. These are three random people. I don't know the guy in the middle. So with these three different fields or three different categories, you get the data dream team, right? You start with your data scientists on the far This is my right over there, right? So a data scientist creates AI models using scientific knowledge. So think of them as the people that make the tools, right? And then you have machine learning engineers like myself. We actually build AI-powered systems and applications that solve specific problems. So we use these tools, all right? And then you have your data engineers, which actually develop the pipelines that extract, load, and transform the information that are used to make AI tools, okay? So think about yourself, think about what you like, what you enjoy, and maybe you fit into one of these categories. So what do you actually need to do to become a data scientist, a machine learning engineer, or a data engineer? At a high level, when it comes to data scientists, you might be interested in doing a math degree, something science related, so biology, chemistry, and sometimes even economics. The things about a data scientist is that it's not too specific to a degree. You actually need to just have the domain knowledge, and then you apply the ability of artificial intelligence to that field. So data scientists could technically be anything, but you need to be good at what I'm calling a PL, a programming language, and you need to have like Python, R, Go, and your specialization might be something like data visualization. So as a data scientist, you take your scientific knowledge and you enable people around you to be able to visualize and understand problems in their world using data visualization. A machine learning engineer, like for myself, I have a background in engineering. I studied electrical and electronic engineering at Stellenbosch, and then I pivoted into machine learning engineering. And my main programming language is Python, but you can also use Java, for example, and my specialty is back-end development. So I'm very closely linked to software developers, or software engineering, where we know how to build applications from start to finish, and then I just add a little bit of sprinkle of AI here and there to make the magic happen. That's how I work. And then you have your data engineer, who in some cases doesn't even necessarily use artificial intelligence, but they're very, very adept at understanding different data sources, how to bring those data sources together in a useful way, and then empower these AI-powered applications or services that basically run our lives, and they're going to continue to do so the further we go into the future. And a disclaimer is that all of this, at least in today's age, happens on the cloud. So that's why I'm a Google Cloud professional. It's very important to understand how to run, use, operate these kinds of applications within the cloud, because it's just giving us access. Where starting an application a couple years ago would have been so difficult because you have to worry about the infrastructure and setting that up. These days, you just log on to Google Cloud Platform, spin up some resources, and there you go, you're up and running. That's very incredible, very powerful. Don't take it for granted. Make sure you take advantage of it. And in closing, I just want to leave this statement with you, and just this idea that Africa is a blank canvas and we're the artists. So a lot of people, when they look at the African continent, they see problems. And you shouldn't just always frame it as problems, but rather opportunities for solutions. We have, I think, an unbelievable position to be able to take the technologies that are around the world and not only be at the level that we see around the globe, but actually leapfrog and advance and pass through a lot of the issues that a lot of people face using technology that's out there. Because we have a blank canvas. The lack of infrastructure is not a problem, it's an opportunity for solutions that are going to take us far into the future and further than maybe most civilizations have gone to in a long time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Tawanda. Now, I have a question to ask you.
Sure.
I think you are a machine learning engineer, so you're the person that we need to pick bones with when it comes to all of these machines that are getting smart and that are actually learning from themselves, learning from their mistakes, right?
100%.
I think I would like to get your personal opinion and insight into where you think Africa is going to go with the work and the technologies that you start implementing. I mean, I was watching, there's a new series on Disney called Kizazi Moto, which is an Africa reimagined. And I think it really opened up my mind to the possibilities of how tech can and come into our lives as Africans. What does that future look like for you?
Okay, that's a great question. The way that future looks for me is, I think I can put it in an example. Thinking of artificial intelligence as tools, you can imagine what we were able to accomplish maybe in Western civilizations when the steam engine came in and what they were able to do with that kind of technology. We have sort of that kind of position where those Western civilizations were in that time, except that we have steam engines, plus artificial intelligence, plus cloud computing, plus the manpower to actually implement it. So really, if I put it this way, the endless possibilities are genuinely up to us. We can push this as far as possible because no one has actually seen how far this can go. So I say dream big and take it to new heights, unseen things. They're all going to be possible, and I think they're going to be happening on the African continent.
And of course, you're dealing with a lot of problem solving, right? And I guess the question, especially when it comes to Africa and technology, is, well, how on earth are we going to catch up to everyone else when we have basic issues and so many insecurities in various areas of our lives? What does that look like for you in terms of our development and how quickly we'll develop? Do you see yourself bridging those gaps that we have, or are they not even gaps that need to be bridged?
Definitely, I think there are gaps that need to be bridged. For myself, I feel like the number one thing we can focus on is education.
Yes.
Hands down, get people as educated as possible, and most of the time, ideas will come and it just emerge from that. You have a population that's educated, they'll see problems, they'll be unhappy with their current situation because they know this better, then that will push them to actually look for solutions and ultimately get us to where we need to be.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
You answered it perfectly. Can we please give one final round of applause to Tawanda? Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
I think he said it beautifully. The part that we need to focus on, the place that we need to start at is education. And that's why Sasol has initiatives like TechnoX. This very exhibition is for all of these kids. We've seen kids coming in and out of here, exploring the exhibition. They're either in primary school or in high school, and they're impacting all of these kids at this young age. They're having such insightful talks. I mean, this is knowledge and access to industry knowledge that, I mean, I wouldn't have even had access to. So we thank Sasol so much for this initiative. It is so cool to see, and it's so cool to see the young minds that are being opened, even with the questions that they're asking. I was pretty impressed by the questions that have been asked throughout this entire week. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to everybody that is still with us online and on the application, we're at the end of day 4 of Sasol TechnoX. It's been an amazing day. We're almost at the final day. Tomorrow's our last day, but for now, we're going to say goodbye to everybody. But before I say goodbye, I mentioned the fact that we're running a prize, we're running a leaderboard point system, right? Well, everybody has been checking into all of the exhibitions, they've been interacting, and we want to commend everybody for doing that. And we've got our top 3 leaderboard in place. Remember, the prizes are a pair of headphones, a ring light, as well as a selfie stick. Now, they're not in this room right now, but our team is going to make sure to contact their schools and give them their prizes. Now, in 3rd place, with 521 points, is Boitumelo Ditire. Can we please give a round of applause? 2nd place, very, very close, 534 points, is Zinhle Dube. And in 1st place, oh my word, they were so close today, is Nosh P with 563 points. Congratulations to all of our winners. I would just like to remind everybody, especially if you're online, you guys are also earning these points as you go to each and every area on the app and on the technox.co.za website. And tomorrow, we're going to announce our overall grand winner at the end of the week. Remember, that prize is a top of of the range iPhone. So you guys don't want to miss out. Make sure that you interact and go to as many exhibitions that you can tomorrow and ask questions. Post on social media and tag us. That's at Sasol SA on Instagram and Sasol on Facebook. Remember to use the hashtag SasolTechnoX. It's very easy. It's written all over here. It's right behind me. Well, like I said, we are at the end of our day. It's been amazing. I had a great time, but we will now see you tomorrow. Bye, everybody.